yeah? Oh, man.
Head in the foot.
That's today, right?
Who's
I wasn't there. I was just
It's mom and dad and 3 kids here.
We better be good.
Jeff and Isaac.
I just know the smell.
Oh, yeah.
And the
Who says they're not?
It's been a terrible school.
And the crazy thing that I remember is our windows didn't shut. They moved out, up, and then shut.
Interesting.
Yeah. And wiring.
What a weird thing. Are you going to the think tank?
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole for Wednesday, May 10th, 2023. Public information notice as required under bylaw, or notice bylaw 160/2022. The public is advised of Council's intention to adopt the following at its May 17th, 2023 meeting. Establish the 2023 tax rates and ratios. Amend the 2023 operating capital budget for the following purposes: to withdraw funds from debt financing in the amount of $95,942 to offset the cost of the purchase of a fire tanker truck, to withdraw funds from the roads reserve in the amount of $124,900 to offset the cost of line painting works. If I can call on for land acknowledgement, Councillor Van Bellingham, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. As we gather, we recognize that we are on Treaty 3 lands which are steeped in rich Indigenous history and home to many First Nations and Métis people today. We continue to be thankful for the partnerships with Indigenous people. We give thanks for the many blessings we enjoy in the city of Kenora. We seek wisdom in our minds, clearness in our thinking, truth in our speaking, and always love in our hearts, so that we may try always to unite the citizens of Kenora. Let these principles guide us in our decision making.
Thank you, Councillor. Moving on the agenda, item number B, declaration of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof. On today's agenda or from a meeting at which a member was not in attendance. Seeing none. Okay. Item C, confirmation of previous committee minutes, so there should be a resolution number 1.
Thank you, Your Worship. Resolution number 1, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Chase, that the minutes from the last regular Committee of the Whole meeting held April 12, 2023 be confirmed as written and filed.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Call a vote then. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item number D, deputations. So we have 4. We have a very packed agenda today, so we'll move right in. So the first one, Kenora Minor Baseball. I don't believe she's on yet. Okay, so we'll move to the second one, which is I think it's Jeff and Isaac, and that would be the master fire plan presentation.
Hi, Jeff. Are you able to hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay. Good morning, Jeff. It's Mayor Poirier. You're first up on the agenda for your presentation. So,
Thank you, Your Worship.
leave it to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Are we good to go?
We are, yes.
Okay, I'd like to, first of all, introduce Isaac Commandante, the project manager. Isaac?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Hi, thank you. Good morning, Your Worship. Fellow councillors, my name is Isaac Commandante. I am the project manager for this particular project, and I have also been a content provider. And we want to thank you very much for letting us present today. And I just want to know one thing, how much time do we have in our presentation?
I'm not sure, Isaac, the members of council have seen this presentation before, so in closed. So this is an open session for the public, so I wouldn't think we would need more than 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
No pressure.
Thanks, Chief.
Okay, I'll try to talk somewhat faster than I usually do. So thank you again very much. I will be doing the first part of the slideshow, and then Jeff will be doing the latter half. And for those of you, as far as the fire master plan is concerned, so the project was broken up into two sections. One is to do the community risk assessment, and which triggers what we do as far as planning for the master plan for the fire service. So a fire master plan can be considered as a roadmap to the future of the fire service, and usually what we do is we look at it in 5 to 10 year increments. Having said that, though, we also like to recommend that this plan, depending on the dynamic of your community, we highly recommend that this plan be reviewed on an annual basis. And we also look at it, we also recommend that after 3 to 5 years, that the leadership look at doing a third-party review of the fire master plan. And it doesn't mean you have to start all over again. All you have to do is update CRA, and also you can do some updates to the fire services master plan. Next slide, Jeff. So the project goals: enhance firefighter safety, enhance cost control and containment, identification of right-sized service to meet the current and future needs of the community, increased efficiencies and effectiveness. And obviously, when we're talking about the project goals and objectives, we look at a number of different things. And one of the goals, again, is solutions for risks that require immediate mitigation, solutions for any identified risks, gaps, and vulnerabilities, opportunities to serve unmet needs, metrics for measuring fire service performance, enhance firefighter safety, cost control and containment, and increased operational efficiency and effectiveness. So how do we do this? Again, we completed the CRA. We addressed the 9 mandatory profiles as outlined in Ontario Reg 378-18. And again, this triggered what we did in the fire services master plan. And basically what we did was we reviewed the fire services, the community, what their needs are, and then we looked at we took a deep dive into the fire service and looked at the administration, fire prevention, public education, training, the fire suppression branch, apparatus and other equipment, facilities, staffing, and then any other outlying services such as emergency management. Next slide, Jeff. So we went through a consultative process. The consultative process included a community and fire hall tour, and what this particular section did for us and for the project in itself is that we had a chance to look at the community, did an environmental scan, and looked at the fire station as well, and to look at the current state of the fire hall. We did an online firefighter survey, and what this does is we give the opportunity for the firefighters to give input so that everybody can have the opportunity to be a part of the fire service master plan. Mm-hmm. And then the third part of this is that we did a municipal comparative analysis. And so we looked at other communities in the surrounding area with the same, close to the same population, same type of emergency services goals and objectives. And we have to tell you that no two communities are exactly alike. So we have to try and get as close as possible to the city of Kenora. And we also looked at the benchmarking and the performance of those departments. So Jeff, I'll let you take it from here.
On the consultation process, Your Worship, as you're aware, we did a number of interviews, and you can see the folks that we interviewed as part of the process. So Fire Service Master Plan has provided a series of recommendations to look at over as I said, the period, and the progress is monitored on an annual basis and adjusted based on funding, administrative capacity, and things like 5 years out is usually as far as you can go in a typical situation. It gets a little bit fuzzy. So in this presentation, we're going to highlight the top 15 recommendations in terms of the implementation priority. Working with Chief Kraft, we developed a numerical priority from 1 to 7, 1 being the highest, 7 the lowest, and based upon the completion of higher priority recommendations. The alphabetical sequencing is simply that what gets first, and what comes second and third, and A being the highest priority. So in the Fire Service Master Plan, the actual plan itself, it flows on a normal template, and the recommendations, observations are in numerical. For the purpose of this presentation, what we've done, along with the alphabetical and numerical sequencing, is we've categorized it into 6 categories, as you can see: level of service, staffing, infrastructure, legislative, operational, and administrative. Under the level of service, we identified the standard of cover, the marine and island firefighting services, fire prevention, an all-terrain vehicle, and established service levels. So we'll take a look at the first one, the standard of cover, and this is priority number 1, is undertake the development of standard of cover or a service level policy that includes an analysis of the risk factors identified in the CRA. This is simply aligning your service delivery with the risks from your CRA. It is given invitation priority 1, and as I said, the category is the level, category is service level. You have questions on the fly, or just keep going?
I don't, do you want to ask questions as we go through? I think we've, like, from our initial go around with the presentation, I think there was a lot of questions that were asked and answered the first time around, but if there are any questions, then
I'll just keep going and explaining you.
I'll let you know. I'll let you know if there's questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Okay. The next recommendation deals with the marine and island firefighting services, and if you take a look at that, we took a look at the resources and the training that you have, and it put into question, is there a need for the service, and if so, it needs to be resourced appropriately. The boat that is currently available from the Treaty 3 Police may not be the best to provide the service. This is implementation priority 7 and is considered part of the level of service. Fire prevention policy, fire prevention policy and pre-emergency planning program, implementation priority 3 and category level of service. There's a number of factors identified in the master plan that talks about things like open burning, fire works, vulnerable occupancies, wildland and urban interface, all fit into a fire prevention policy. Established service levels, this is priority 1A for the response, and that goes into the service level policy. The core services of the Kenora Fire and Emergency Services, and to what level would they be required. This is implementation priority 1A, and like I said, follows along the recommendation regarding the service level or standards of cover. Our next category, Your Worship, is the staffing. And in this section, in the main report, you will see emergency response staffing, paid per call firefighter recruitment, work experience program, promotional process, training coordinator position, and public educator fire prevention position. So, the emergency response staff, staffing. In our report, we talk about leading standards and practices in the fire service, and one of them is, as a minimum, your initial alarm assignment should be and is part of the staffing. With the certification process, and the requirement to maintain your paid per call, highly trained, we looked at this and said the City of Kenora, I should say, Fire Emergency Services should look at establishing a dedicated training coordinator position. This is considered implementation priority 4 and is, of course, part of staffing. In order to undertake a rigorous fire prevention program, and in my personal opinion, every fire service's primary focus needs to be fire prevention. So part of this was to establish a fire prevention officer position, and the implementation priority would be priority 4B and is part of staffing. Under infrastructure, there's a recommendation of facility, and it is to continue to develop the practical training facility and designate Station 3 as a training center, and it's a priority 7 under infrastructure. And this would allow you to train your paid per call and your career firefighters within your response area, not having to travel. There'll be some cost offsets. You'll be able to do a rigorous ongoing training program to maintain their capabilities to the highest level possible. And this is implementation infrastructure. On the legislative, we have the regulating and establishing and regulating bylaw, and I believe it's currently 20 years old, and there's a number of observations in the bylaw that need to be looked at and quite possibly identify the service policy within this legislative statute. This is implementation priority 2 and under the legislative category, as I mentioned. On the operational category, you can see we have a number of recommendations. This, and again, we'll only hit the top ones you see in bold, but if you've got alarm assignments, response, policies, procedures, your technical rescue, water service plan, possible regionalized structure to help with coordinating resources in the immediate area, equipment, vehicle technician within your public works to maintain your vehicles, emergency response vehicles, the dispatch and firefighter notification process, the shoot time performance, which essentially is how long it takes the firefighters to for the alarm processing, and then for them to get wheels turning out of the station. A lot of critical tasks, hand in glove with the service policy. There's a number of tasks in every type of operation, whether it's interior firefighting, motor vehicle incident, rescue, whatever your core services are, can be broken down to the critical tasks, and you'll be able to identify the services that you provide. Technical support and radio communication. So let's look at the response images. Update emergency response may and formalize alarm assignment matrix that is embedded within the dispatch protocol. We just said when you get an alarm, the responding captain would declare whether he has a first, second, third, or general alarm, whatever category you use, and that would trigger the recall or pay per call, maybe public works people, whatever is required in that particular type of alarm. Implementation priority 1B under the operational category. I talked about critical tasks, and part of your guidelines as well as your service delivery policy should identify the type of critical tasks that are required in each type of core service, and this is implementation priority 1C and categorized as operational. Where are we at now? See, okay. The technical support, technology to capture your records management system, so that you capture things like your effective response force, the types of responses you're going to, and these can all be developed into a report that the chief and CAO can provide to council if it's deemed appropriate. On the administrative category, we identified the need for administrative assistance, tiered response agreement with the Kenora, whoever runs your ambulance service, sorry, the name escapes me, the capital reserve fund for apparatus replacement, corporate apps management system, and a public campaign for 911. Now, under the administrative assistance, we looked at, we need to help the chief and the deputy and bolster them with administrative assistants who can do things like training developers, budget preparation, look at possible implementation plan for this master plan and other assistance that provide to the fire chief. This is priority 4C under the administrative capacity. Here's the response. The Kenora District Services Board is looking, and this is to look at your medical response service as part of the standards of cover and establish a regulating bylaw and agree with the Kenora District Services, the level of service you're going to provide and the types of and what criteria is around your medical response. This is implementation priority 2A and under administrative. Vehicle replacement. I do believe you have a vehicle apparatus replacement program and you have contributions going in. However, when we looked at it, it need to bolster some additional funds in order that those vehicles, when they're due to be life cycled, that there's the appropriate resource to replace them. This is implementation priority 5 and under the administrative capacity. But that concludes my presentation on the Kenora Fire and Emergency Services Master Plan. And I'll take any questions should you have it.
Thanks, Jeff. Councillor Van Bellingham?
Thank you for that very thorough and brief presentation. I just wanted to maybe do just so that I, as a layperson, have a little bit of a better understanding of this, as I don't speak fire department completely, but I think I have my brain wrapped around this after going through this a few times. So we need to establish all of our levels of service. We need to create the policies and procedures in order to make sure that we have the proper standards of levels of service, the proper response times in order to be able to effectively meet the needs of our community. And then there's staffing complements outside of just our, this is the recommendation I guess I shouldn't say the word need, the recommendation, outside of just maintaining the staffing levels of service with the fire response team in order to be able to manage this effectively. Does that make sense at all, what I said? We need to sort of create a baseline in order to even get started on this.
If I can,
Thank
through
you.
your worship, I think the priority first is to come to council and say, here's what we respond to now, here's what trends in our municipality, and what's the level of service we want to provide, or is there things that we're not providing that council thinks we should, is there things we're providing that council thinks we shouldn't. Once we determine that, we get direction from council as to what our standards of cover are, then the fire department will determine, well, if we're going to do this, we need X number of staff to facilitate. We need this type of equipment to mitigate an emergency. We come to council with that information and say, you know what, if you want to be in this business, here's the staffing and the dollars associated with equipment and training. Council says yes or no, and then they provide direction to the fire department how we best manage that or provide that service. The second part would be to update our establishing and regulating bylaw to say council has directed the fire department to do A, B, and C. It's actually recognized in the bylaw. And then we move forward typically on an annual basis with budget asks for staffing, equipment, and we would always refer back to the master fire plan to say, the plan was brought forward to council, it was adopted, this is the recommendation, and then obviously it's in council's hands. So I'm not sure if that answers your question or.
Thank you. That was like a perfect summary of, yes, exactly. Thank you very much.
Any other, Councillor Byrne?
Yeah, thanks. Just had a question, and the chief and I talked briefly about this, but you mentioned, I can't remember what priority it was, but just about dispatch details, shoot time, just capturing all that. So to implement, implement something to be able to capture that, is that a system, like a software system that's used at other, other fire departments, or how does that actually look?
I've been investigating, again, through your worship to council, I've been investigating various ways to track. So I was talking to the fire chief in Dryden, for example, and they've purchased basically a digital recorder, so everything is timestamped when you key the mic.
Okay.
Unfortunately, if we key the mic and send a message to CAC, which is the communications center, they're busy. They might take several seconds to respond. They might tell us to hold on because they have something else. So we really lose our actual real timestamp data when we get the information from them. There is, other possibilities to go to different types of dispatch centers, fire-specific dispatch centers, where you have a dedicated dispatcher. So if you get an alarm, somebody gets assigned to your call and they don't leave your call. You are one-on-one communications. That's certainly an option for us, but it's an expensive one compared to what we're paying now. So the goal is to use, I've talked with Fleet about putting GPS in our fire apparatus, so then I know when the wheels turn on a truck, so I know that's their departure time. I know when the wheels stop, that's their arrival time. So there's certain ways they're kind of more labor intensive, but there's certain ways we can capture that data and then have accurate timestamps to report.
Yeah, I just think that's important. Thinking worst case scenario, if there's a death, there's an inquest and there's a civil suit. I mean, we can't be, we can't say, well, we can't account for, a minute, 30 seconds, whatever, perhaps more. That needs to be something that it's not arbitrary. We have to have that. And I think I'd like to at least look into the possibility of a dedicated dispatch or a dedicated system of some sort. I think it just puts too much, and again, I would defer to Roberta as far as risk. We assume liability in that respect. I don't know to what extent, but I say worst case scenario, if there's death, multiple deaths, an inquest, civil suit, I just like to be covered off in that. So.
Yeah, again, through your worship, the council, 100% I agree with the liability. I don't think it just falls on the fire department. I believe it falls on the province too, because it's their dispatch center. Yeah. Unfortunately, we've had conversations about CAC trying to get a fire dispatcher dedicated just for fire, because unfortunately with the number of calls they run, I don't want to say their priority is EMS, but they are an EMS dispatch center, so if fire comes on, we might not be the highest priority. So we're definitely looking at ways to actually have more accurate data, and then I'll gladly bring forth to council some options, whether we have the status quo or whether we look at providing dispatch services from like a company like Northern 911, for example, who do 100 plus departments in the north. So there's various options we can provide to council for consideration.
And just try to protect yourself and you guys, because if there's multiple ambulances being dispatched, and as we all know, worst case scenario, they happen. And if you're trying to, you're being talked over or you're in the queue, it's not a good situation. So just like to mitigate that if possible.
Yeah, 100%, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions of council? Well, thanks very much, Jeff, for the condensed presentation, and I know it's up on the agenda as we move further into the meeting. So thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Your Worship. Everybody have a great day and stay safe.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have? So we're going to move on the agenda, and we have Prudent Investors investment presentation, and that's Keith Taylor. Are you ready, Keith?
Yes, I am. I also have Jennifer Hess with me today. So thank you very much for having us here. We're going to split this presentation into two parts. Jennifer Hess recently joined One Investment as the manager. She's basically our municipal expert, whereas I'm the chief investment officer, is a little bit closer to the investment side. So Jennifer will start off, and I'll jump in the middle to basically focus in on a couple of investment themes that would be beneficial. So I'll just hand it over to Jennifer to share the start of the presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. Can everyone see the screen that I've shared?
Yes.
Okay. So yes, today's presentation is to, as a Prudent Investor client, this is just to give everyone a high-level overview of the Prudent Investor program that One Investment offers. So the context today is we're going to basically just look at What is prudent investor versus what is the legalist regime? And this is in regards to the municipal investments. And what specifically is prudent investor through one investment? Under the Municipal Act, investments for municipalities are governed. Essentially, before there was prudent investor, there was legalist. And legalist essentially opens up about 3 to 4% of all the securities under the legalist program. The prudent investor really expands the scope. It provides a more diverse portfolio, greater choice, greater flexibility, and it allows you the ability to adjust to changes in the financial environment or need, and has the potential for better returns. It's not a one or all program. The money that you do not require immediately falls under the prudent investor, but the money that the municipality needs immediately, so the money it's going to need in the short term, usually 1 to 2 years, will continue to fall under the legalist. As I mentioned previously, under the Municipal Act, there are 2 streams of investing. There is the legalist and the prudent investor. The legalist legislation essentially speaks to what products you are and are not able to invest in. The prudent investor speaks more of the governance to allow you a greater diversity of products. As the legislation is written with the financial limitations under prudent investor, it would exclude most municipalities in Ontario because it speaks to 100 million of money basically being able to be invested. To overcome the legislative wording, One Investment has created a joint investment board under the governance of Prudent Investor, and that lets all municipalities join as a pool. The standard as under legislation requires the municipality to consider economic conditions, inflation or deflation, roles at each investment in the portfolio, the expected total return, your need for liquidity, regularity of income, preservation or appreciation of capital. It requires everyone involved to be careful, sober, and informed, and resulting portfolio is more diverse, and it may be less risky with the same or better returns than the legalist, and be a broader variety of securities. And as I mentioned previously, the legalist is still available to the municipality.
Over here, just I'll talk the next few slides. In terms of the two streams, legal list, it's done by the treasurer. The council sets the IPS, the staff implements, and the emphasis, the legal list is a prescriptive list of security. If it's not on the list, you can't buy it. One Investment does have some products that are available under the legal list that kind of expand the scope of what's available under the legal list, but the whole point is risk is controlled by at a security level, not the total portfolio, and it might seem like a slight distinction, but it's actually very, very big. That being, if all of your investments, or most of your investments are in government debt or extremely high credit quality government debt, and like last year, interest rates go down, your entire portfolio goes down. The diversification really helps, and if you're having all of your, the legal list actually does corral you into a very, very narrow subset of securities, and the legal list doesn't control risk, or it's not contemplated to control risk at the portfolio level. It's the individual securities. If you buy a whole bunch of the same very similar securities, the risk is not as apparent. The risk is still there. Whereas under the prudent investment regime, a little bit different. Council writes the IPS. The direction is given by the treasurer to kind of flesh that out a bit. And then the joint investment board would build an investment plan based on what they were informed of, and we'd invest accordingly. So the investment would take place by investment professionals based on the input. And the input, what you get in the end is a portfolio where outcomes for the municipality is at a broad level. Diversification is built in there. Exposure to other foreign equities factor in too. It's a different level of thinking, and the whole point is they call it prudent investor regime for a reason. It's that your money is invested prudently and professionally. So different setup. And as Jennifer mentioned, under Kenora is part of our joint investment board. The short-term money continues to be managed by the treasurer. And there's details in your IP in good direction there. And the longer-term money is managed by the JIP. Next slide, please. Now, I won't go into too much detail on this. This is a slide we put together before we launched the JIP to give it a sense of the investment outcomes. Fancy math here. What they've done is they've taken a look at the universe of the investable universe, and done some fancy math to figure out what a 5% downside would be for different types of portfolios. And the whole point here, in this case, they at a 5% risk level, which is common to these three different portfolios that put forward. It shows you for the same level of risk that there's incremental returns available for moving to prudent investor. Under the legal list, you have no exposure to global equities, you have no exposure to global fixed income, no exposure to high yield bonds or even triple B credit quality bonds. It's a very narrow subset. By adding more options, you end up moving from the blue line to the red line. The offering that one investment has put together has kind of dialed down the risk of it. So we can get a little bit more juice out of it and get slightly augmented returns, but we don't really participate in the range where risk would be inappropriate for a municipal client. Next slide, please. Now, I'm not going to go into the detail on that. It's just that's very high level. One of the key things. This is just basic investment advice, and we put this entire slide into the old axiom of not putting all your eggs in one basket. Typically, when the equity markets give really good returns over the long term, but they're totally misbehaved. And usually every 7 to 10 years, there's some sort of downturn. And to just frame it thematically, investors get nervous, they start selling equities, and they need to redeploy their funds. Well, equity markets go down, and those monies get deployed into lower risk investments, like bonds. And it's actually quite common in times of stress that equities go down and fixed income goes up. So it's not a matter of just putting your eggs in both baskets so one doesn't get broken. Actually, the value of one in times of stress goes up when the other goes down. And that's the basic behind building a diversified portfolio. And under prudent regime, we've got the diversification between equities and fixed income. But we also have a more diversification opportunity because we can invest offshore in the United States and international investments. So the more diversification you have, I wouldn't want to pretend that you're going to get more and more return, but you may, per unit of risk, however you measure that, you're probably going to get more return for less risk.
Keith, excuse me, Keith. One of our counselors has a question, so is it okay to ask questions as we go through? Okay. Councillor Van Bellingham?
Thank you. I was just wondering if you could speak a little bit more to the risk piece, because you keep using terms like low risk and high risk, and I'd just like to clarify maybe that risk is risk, because you did bring up the point with the current economic standing that we're in regards to inflation, having your money in a quote-unquote safe investment like a high interest savings account is still losing you money based on a current inflationary period. And I just really hesitate in using terms like low and high risk. There's different types of risk, because the general public, when they're seeing these funds, maybe don't understand that, and I think it's a little bit of a misleading way of speaking about investments.
Yeah, it's, and we've done that intentionally because we don't want people's eyes to gloss over. And this prior slide I was talking about the risk, that was the contingent tail expectations, and I didn't want to go into the math and behind that because people's eyes would gloss over. So please understand, I am using broad brush strokes. And yes, you are right. I guess the whole point is that the amount of risk that's in there is appropriate. And, you ask two different people and how, what is low risk, and you're going to get a different answer.
Mm-hmm.
We actually have that in some of the input we get from the treasurers. We've had some problems trying to find that because any two people, people always want more return and less risk, but how do you define the risk is always a problem. I don't know how to answer that, but the whole point is to build something that is diversified, that will dial it down, but how you scale that. And you know what? In the overall scope of things, this is what Prudent Investor is all about. Everyone, the one thing that's pretty constant is that everyone seems to measure risk as in terms of 1 year returns, a standard deviation over 1 year. Under Prudent investment, your money is typically invested for the long term, and the 2 or more years. And what's relevant for the municipality is like what risk is embedded in the money you have invested over the investment horizon that's important to you. If you need to pull that money out, and for the CPTF, for example, that has a basically perpetual investment horizon. So that is factored into how we put the investments together, and it has a different risk profile than the rest of Kenora's general fund. So I'm not really answering your question. I'm agreeing with you. It's a fuzzy term that is hard to scale. But I guess the simplest way that we usually put it together is we'll just take a look at the amount of equity in the portfolio.
Yeah, I think my point was just around using terms like low versus high risk. I think it's just from a layperson's perspective, I read that as a highlight or whatever, and someone takes away, that there seems to be a level of irresponsibility on our part if we're investing in things that are quote unquote high risk, but that's not the actuality of what this means. Risk is risk is risk, and you have to correlate the amount of your needs for that money based on what you're investing in, and so it's just a little bit of a oversimplification that I think sometimes makes people really hesitant around these kind of investments. So I just wanted to bring that to the public forum, that risk is risk, period.
Yeah.
And they're going to have different impacts, and that's why, to your point, the key is to diversify your portfolio, not have all your eggs in one basket, and balance that based on the needs of your municipality.
Yeah, well, I just shoot from the hip here. Usually for fixed income investments, a standard deviation would be like somewhere in the range of like 4%, 4 or 5%. High yield, you're getting into high single digits, and then equity, you're probably in the low teens. And that's the amount of volatility up or down you could have every year from whatever the average return is. So yeah, how you combine those bits and pieces together to dial down the risk, and there is some subjectivity to it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Jeff, or Keith.
By
Carry
all
on.
means. Let's go to the next slide. Well, oddly enough, I should have just dialed up this page because this is actually talking about risk. And I kind of already touched on most of these already. We do know that municipalities, their money is not like pension money. In a pension fund, people will when they're going to retire, and you can plan accordingly. The provincial legislation or circumstances can change, and the time frame when you might need your money can change quite dramatically. That is certainly part of the planning process that we put in place. All the investments are fully liquid. If you need your money out in short order, it is available. It's just not locked up. But timing of when you need the money is usually the way that we would frame the risk, because it doesn't matter whether you've made money or lost money. If you can't access the money when you need it, it's not very helpful. And that's probably the most intuitive way that we use to frame the risk. And that kind of factors into everything we do here. I don't want to overlap on this and consume too much time, so let's skip to the next page. This is a study I mentioned a few minutes ago about volatility and how time horizon factors in. And I'm sorry for the numbers and math. There's a lot going on here. But it tells a very important story, and it comes back into, diversification is one of the things you can do to reduce overall risk. The other thing that factors in is your investment horizon. And if you have a long investment horizon, the overall risk diminishes. And I'll just explain the math in very simple terms. This is a study that goes back to 1956. We took a look at the Toronto Stock Exchange returns. And what we did is we measured the returns over consecutive periods of time. And if you look at the far left column, this is a rolling 12-month return frame. And we looked from 1956 to the 2022 and measured each of the consecutive 12-month period over that period of time, over that time frame. And we evaluated the returns and the dispersion of returns. And to put it into layman's terms, if you were extremely unlucky and just happened to buy equities at the absolute worst time and held those securities for 12 consecutive months since 1956, what kind of return would you have got? If you're totally unlucky or even trying to lose money under those conditions, you would have lost 42%. Likewise, if you were seeking the highest return and could enter at any point only for 12 months, you could have got a return as high as 79%. And the average is, obviously is 8%. And that's how we framed it. And we did the same study again using a 24-month period of time and 36. And we've highlighted 5 years and beyond. And that's where, the lowest period returns start converging way down. And at 7 years, if you were totally unlucky or absolutely trying to lose money, but holding for 7 years, you would have lost 1.6%. The average returns would have been about 6.6%. The whole point is, if your investment horizon is longer, you can invest in equities. And this helps you frame the risk. This is a historical study. Don't put money on this, but I think it helps frame things for the councillors a bit. And that is factoring into what we do on our side. When we talk to the treasurer, they'll give us an idea of what projects are ongoing, what the horizon of municipal reserves are. And that factors into how we invest the money. If you need all your money back in 3 years, we're not going to put your money in equity because there's just too much probability of loss. So anyway, that's a lot of math there, a lot to think about. I'll leave it at that. I think it's a very compelling argument, but this is, the two basic pieces of advice. Diversification is good, and knowing what your investment horizon allows you to help mitigate some of the risks that are out there. And I'll hand it back to Jennifer to carry on, and unless there's questions, and we'll go from there.
So, Prudent Investor through One Investment. So, for all the new councillors, what is One Investment? One Investment was established in 1993, and it's a joint not-for-profit from LAS, which is the business arm of AMO, and through CHUMS, which is a subsidiary of MFOA, the Municipal Finance Officers Association. We currently manage just under $3 billion of municipal assets as of December 2022, and currently 192 Ontario municipalities, or about 43%, currently invest with One Investment. We also provide an insight by, oversight of One Investment is provided by municipalities and investment and industry experts. The governance under Prudent Investor is the One JIB board, and it access Prudent Investor standard through pooled arrangements. We have full support of a JIB as a municipal service board, so we operate just like a municipal services board. As contemplated by the Municipal Act. We have procedure bylaw, code of conduct, a committee secretary, we have closed meeting support and more. We have access to an investment advisory team, services of teams of experts to provide investors advice on investment, portfolio structure, and building investments into a capital financing strategy. This slide has a lot of information on it, essentially what are the roles under the Prudent Investor Program. Essentially what happens is the municipality adopts their investment bylaw. They provide an MCQ, a municipal client questionnaire, to one investment that identifies, looks at the reserve and the reserve funds, your cash flow forecasting over the 10-year horizon, what money is required immediately, what money may not be required immediately. And this review is actually done on an annual basis. So as your capital forecast changes, as your municipal circumstances changes, we review this. So that information then flows to one investment. We look at, we interpret it, discuss it with you, and then provide the information to the one JIB, who then makes investment decisions.
Excuse me, Jennifer, there's another question of the councillor. Go ahead.
Yes?
I was wondering if you could maybe speak yourself, or maybe through your worship to Director Marsh, to our specific process when it comes to our municipal's investment policy and investment plan. As I was going through this agenda, our investment policy hasn't been updated since 2014. So I'm curious as to how you're making decisions around our current asset allocations based on that information not being updated in almost a decade.
On an annual basis, the investment policy statement, which is more like a governing document, is reviewed and reapproved by council, and that gives some guidance for one given what they're doing. We have another document, we call it our Municipal Client Questionnaire. In the investment world, we call it a Know Your Client document, and that has questions and bits to gauge what the risk tolerance is in municipalities. That's treasure. It also gives a snapshot of the estimated time horizon of reserves. We do regularly with the treasurer get when monies are needed, and then we factor that into an investment plan that I would write that would give some guidance. And Kenora, like most municipalities, the planning is not perfect. We can only take the information we receive, and our partners at MFOA do a lot of work in terms of helping municipalities with the budgeting and planning process in terms of best practices of the sort. So the bottom line is, on an annual basis, we're sitting down with your treasurer to review what the reserves are and the estimated horizon on when we need money. And that does factor into how we would allocate money. And in Kenora's case, we have a separate bucket for the CPTF, the Citizens Trust, because it has a different risk profile. Hopefully that answers the question.
So you have a supplementary?
Yeah, so just to clarify, so when you're doing this investment the Know Your Client questionnaire, you're taking into consideration all of our financial assets under management, correct?
Yeah, it's mostly based on cash flow as opposed to assets. So
Yes, yeah, sorry, financial assets is what I meant. Thank you.
yeah. Right.
Okay, any other questions? No. Thank you. Proceed, please.
So, as we mentioned, we're aiming for the investment outcome that the municipality is looking for. So, municipality, when we're looking at specifically on your annual MCQ and looking at your reserves and your cash flow forecast, things are getting bucketed based on the type of reserve or reserve fund you have. When you are anticipating that you are going to be needing that funding. So it gets bucketed into four one investment buckets, whether it's cash, such as shorter term need That would be your money that would be required immediately or in the very short term. Contingency, which looks for stabilization and long-term growth. A stable return, which is a regular, reliable income. Sometimes it would be your operating budget reserves. And then the target date. So this is more aligned for your projects and your capital forecast. So whether you're going to have needing the money for capital projects in the 3 to 5 year timeline, the 5 to 10 year timeline, or the 10 plus timeline.
Just add in there that your CPCF, because of the need for recurring income on an annual basis, is invested in our stable return outcome, which is low risk and is intended to fit that particular need. Whereas the city's general reserves are invested in a combination of contingency and target date funds based on what we know about when we need the money.
So the current investment products that are under Prudent Investor are listed below. The ones highlighted in bold, the global equities and the global fixed income, are only available under a Prudent Investor program. And we note that the One JIB board and the new products committee is currently reviewing the Prudent Investor offering and may add or modify the products. They're always looking at ways to better invest municipal money and to diversify that risk. The fees related to One JIB, it's a single fee with no hidden costs. The fees are reviewed at least annually by the One Investment Board. They're approved daily and paid by the funds, so you're never going to receive an invoice. There is transparency in the fees. A fee summary is included in the quarterly reporting package that the municipalities receive, and they include any taxes paid by the funds. And what the fees cover are the external manager fees, the operating expenses, and the trading costs and expenses, and excludes taxes paid by the funds. And that actually concludes our presentation. Is there any additional questions that we can answer for you today?
No questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much, Keith and Jennifer. It doesn't look like there's any questions or additional questions at this time. Thank you for that well-informed presentation, and look forward to our ongoing relationship with Prudent Investors.
Thank you very much for
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on the agenda. So we have Planning 101 presentation and training, and that's Kevin.
Kevin, we're going to get you here.
They're going to set up. I'm just going to so if he's ready to start, he can go ahead. Okay.
One more question.
You go first. Sure. You go first. Let's wait till you get there. Well, maybe just give them a minute. When Councillor Bernie comes in, he's going to take over chair of the meeting. I have to leave the room for a couple minutes to have a discussion.
Probably familiar territory for you.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I need this just as much as anybody else.
Hate for anybody, of course, but this is the excitement of this presentation.
It's a hot area right now, planning, so.
It has a way of getting hot periodically.
Just go and see where they are.
All set, Kevin? Mayor Poirier is-
Yeah,
Mayor
he's going
Poirier's
to
gotta
chair
step
for a
away,
minute,
so-
I'm just going to go out and have this discussion.
So, the floor is yours.
Okay, well, thank you, Your Worship, and Council for having me here today. I'm going to try to cover sort of what I term Planning 101 today, so just a high-level overview of everything without keeping you here through the evening. So a little bit about a lot. And, and of course, with touching on things, through your worship, if there's questions that come up, since this is a bit of a longer presentation, then, if you have questions that come up during the presentation, feel free to shoot them at me. And I may not see people out of the corner of my eyes, so
We'll get your attention.
yeah, feel free to shut me down and ask the questions, just rather than wait to the end and perhaps lose the flow or where things are at. So I welcome those as we go. And of course, outside of the presentation today, the planning department always welcomes inquiries, be they from council or the general public on any planning matters. We realize that planning can often be a bit intimidating. It involves a lot of legislation and rules that your average person doesn't have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. So that's part of the role of our department, is being a resource for everybody involved, whether it be council or the community, and answering questions or providing information as may be needed. So just sort of four general categories I'm going to cover today. The planning framework in Ontario, what are the rules and policies that we work under, the City of Kenora's official plan and zoning bylaw, some of the planning tools that are most common planning tools that we deal with on a regular basis here in the city and that you'll be hearing about at the council table. And then just briefly at the end on the role of the council and the planning advisory committee, who's doing what in the city. So what I'm going to start with is, this is a diagram that you will often see in planning presentations. Every province has one of these. It is often called the planning pyramid or the planning framework. And basically the idea here is that everything is pyramid. Basically, as you go down the pyramid, each level of policy and eventually the regulation of the zoning bylaw has to agree with or can be consistent with the level above. So it starts with the province's planning act, it flows down through the provincial policy statement, which has to agree with the planning act, the growth plan for Northern Ontario, which has to agree with the provincial policy statement, our official plan, you see where things are going, and then we eventually get to the zoning bylaw. And the difference between policy and regulation is everything above that policy regulation line is policy. So when you're talking about policies, you're talking about your long-term vision, your principles and guidelines, and you often see wording in policy of should or may or recommend. So these aren't necessarily hard and fast rules from the policy statement through the official plan, but the more the long-term vision, your guiding documents. And then when you get into regulation, the difference with regulation is you get into black and white. There's less room for interpretation. Those are the rules that are your day-to-day rules that you have to follow in planning. So starting at the top of the pyramid, the planning framework, so the province sets sort of the ground rules for planning, the sort of the high-level priorities. And quite often in the provincial policies, just explaining the pyramid. But the Planning Act sets all the rules that we have to work under. So whenever we're undertaking something like a zoning amendment or land division, whether it be through subdivision or through consent and severance, when we're implementing a community improvement plan, even when it comes to providing notices, there's minimum standards, there's procedures for how those things need to happen in the Planning Act. And so there's the Planning Act itself, very similar in many ways to the Municipal Act that you hear about on a very regular basis as council, and a number of regulations to that. So the provincial policy statement is the big picture matters of provincial interest. We often reference it. It can often be difficult to reference in northwestern Ontario. When you read through it, there's some things that impact us still here in northern Ontario, especially in urban areas when we talk about the big picture issues like infill or transit-oriented development or active transportation, things like that. But as you read through it, it's very much oriented to southern Ontario, where a lot of the planning issues are front and center, where there's a lot more big picture, day-to-day things being litigated. But it does give us the broad policies, and when we review or update our official plan, when the province reviews it, that's what they look to as a provincial public policy statement. So it's actually, there's a new provincial policy statement that's out for public review right now, the provincial policy statement 2023. So the last one was the provincial policy statement 2020. And there's some interesting things happening there. There's been a big theme over the last couple of years of provincial planning legislation that's been giving a lot more autonomy and freedom to municipalities in terms of planning, especially when it relates to housing. And you've heard that our comments on our official plan have been were delayed in the past because of this pending provincial policy statement. And so you'll probably be hearing about the 2023 policy statement in the months ahead, as we hopefully are able to delve back into our official plan review in upcoming months. And one of the things we'll be doing is making sure that our new official plan takes advantage of the provincial policy statement. So under the province also has a growth plan for Northern Ontario. To be honest, in planning, we don't reference this very often. The growth plan for Northern Ontario is very economic development focused. And not that economic development isn't an important aspect of planning, but just most of the policies in the growth plan for Northern Ontario, they skew heavily into other areas outside of planning, so we just don't have very many opportunities to reference it. But it does come into play, especially when we're balancing out where there may be competing interests, economic development being one of them. And we do consider it as well in updating our official plan. And one of the key ones there is that it gives municipalities some freedom to determine intensification targets and locations for growth, and that's a big part of our exercise in the new official plan. And likely there will be some discussion at the council table here as we identify areas that we administratively feel are optimal for growth. The other people in the community may have different opinions, and I know there's a few hot button properties that we've already heard about during the preliminary review. So finally, what you hear about a lot more often is the City of Kenora's own official plan. So our current official plan dates to 2015. So this is our primary policy document locally. So when we're looking for guidance, when the planning department is looking to understand what we are when we're reviewing applications, what are the priorities that we're supposed to be considering, this is the document that we will reference more often than anything else. As you see repeated there, the vision of the official plan, We also have 9 guiding principles to the official plan. I won't go read each of them in detail, but these are important factors for us to consider. And they, it's great when they all agree, but sometimes there are competing principles and priorities when we're talking about sustainable development, protecting the natural environment, but also looking at.
Kelsey, can you move over? Thank you.
Okay, first question for a second there. Sometimes principles like sustainable development and the natural environment can compete with things like affordable housing and a diversified economy when it comes into identifying new areas, for example, for development in the community. We're surrounded by a lot of, we're fortunate here to be surrounded by a lot of pristine natural area, but the fact is we also need land for some types of development can sometimes be a little bit messy, like industrial development, gravel extraction, aggregate extraction, things like that. And also, we certainly are very cognizant of the importance of our tourist industry to the city, and protecting our existing neighborhoods. Multimodal transportation system, where we have a rail line right through the middle of town, which often plays a factor in planning decisions, but at the same time is also an important economic corridor for the community and the country. And community and Indigenous engagement is always something that's on our mind in city planning, whether it's through our statutory means or as we go into adopting a new official plan. Indigenous engagement with our neighboring First Nations is a statutory and wise requirement that we'll be undertaking in months ahead. So in our official plan, there's a map you can see the map there, and the colors on the map indicate that there's 10 overarching policy areas that are major land use categories. So when we talk about land use category, it's residential, industrial, commercial area, rural area, those big pictures. We also have 5 special policy policy overlays that identify areas of that they have their underlying designation, but there's sort of other considerations that need to be taken in place. So probably the ones you will hear about most commonly are environmental protection areas, or especially lately the Black Sturgeon Lake Restricted Development Area, which was brought into policy about a decade ago. And then there's also general policies that apply to all areas of the municipality. And then going from the policy level to like I mentioned, the regulatory level of the zoning bylaw with the black and white rules. Our zoning bylaw also dates to 2015, like the official plan, which is pretty common. Just as we're undertaking a review of our official plan and zoning bylaw right now, both documents tend to be reviewed in tandem and adopted. The zoning bylaw tends to be adopted soon after the official plan, because when we think back to that pyramid, again, once you change the policies of the official plan, you need to update your zoning bylaw rules to match those policies. So your policy set, here's our 25-year vision for the municipality, and each time you review it, you shift some new priorities, some of the things you're taking into consideration, and then you have to then look at the zoning bylaw to make sure that the rules for day-to-day planning match up with those policies. So in your zoning bylaw, you're dealing with those immediate concerns of what use can go where buildings can be located on the sites, things like how much parking can be is required on properties, buffering between residential and non-residential areas. So when development is happening in town, that these are the rules that have to be followed by somebody wanting to do so, whether it's redeveloping an existing property or developing a brand new property.
Okay. Just a question. Do you think we as a city use the minor variance enough or too much, or am I putting you on the spot asking that question?
No, I don't think there's really anything exceptional in the frequency of the use of the minor variance in the city of Kenora. I think there's some unique aspects of our geography that make certain types of minor variance more common, especially, building on shield rock with limited flat areas. It becomes a lot more difficult to sometimes provide parking on sites, or there's a lot more incentive to go vertical, to look at, and these are some things you'll probably hear about as we get into reviewing the zoning bylaw. Some municipalities with a lot of flat land, it's a lot easier to work with sites, and sometimes I think that's the one thing that stands out in Kenora is the variances that are just to deal with stuff that wouldn't be a problem on flatter terrain.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Councillor Munker.
Are these maps and layers available on the website?
Yeah, and I'll get to that in a couple of slides. I have the website link and I'll go to that. Okay, and when we get to the maps, you'll see the zoning and official plan maps side by side. One thing is, I mentioned there's 10 land use designations under the official plan. Zoning bylaw maps tend to be a lot more cluttered because there's a lot more zones once you get down to this, day-to-day zoning bylaw. This is common in any municipality. So you may have, for example, one of the designations we have under the official plan is established areas. So our older neighborhoods, like Lakeside, that have been here for a century. We recognize that in the established area, you tend to have a little bit more of a mix of uses in those areas of the community. So while the whole neighborhood may be designated as established area, once you get into the zoning bylaw, there's actually, there'll be areas of R1 or low density residential, R2 medium density residential, maybe an institutional for a church in the neighborhood, a little bit of local commercial for neighborhood stores. So you get a lot more property by property in the zoning bylaw maps. And just as each designation of the official plan carries its own set of policies, each zone carries its own set of rules. So what uses it, each zone has its own list of what is permitted uses, and then if you are developing with a permitted use, where it can go on site, how high the building can be, if residential, what types of residential, and how dense units can be. So that's where we really get down to that day-to-day operation. And as I mentioned, here is there's a link there, and certainly if you don't copy it down today, just feel free to email me anytime. I can quickly respond with a link.
Kevin, could just email it out to everybody?
Yep, sure, we can do that.
That'll save a lot of
cut off stuff.
questions.
Yeah, so this is the City of Kenora Geographic Information System, or GIS. So we have 3 maps available on our website at the link indicated there. 2 of those being the official plan and the zoning bylaw map. And I just have examples of both of them there. Just what I was talking about. And in this case, it's focused in on what we call Harbour Town Center, or the downtown area. So on the left, you see the official plan designation of, you see that broad orange of, this is all Harbour Town Center. But when you look at the map on the right, you see that, there's some areas of residential in the Harbour Town Center. There's a lot of commercial, but some institutional around the courthouse and church downtown. And you also see that, across the established areas surrounding that, whether it's across the bay or south and lakeside. When you look to the zoning bylaw, you see there's a lot more mixed property by property of what exactly is permitted. Yeah, Councilor Brady?
Good question. So back to the Harbour Town Center development area, can you comment on when that was designated and the intent and purpose for that designation?
So the terminology of Harbour Town Center at least dates through the modern City of Kenora, and I'd have to do some digging into old pre-amalgamation documents to see if that terminology was being used by the town of Kenora in the past. But certainly, the thinking behind it is that that's our downtown commercial core. That's where, the central node of the community. That's where you're going to have your commercial focus, especially, but also in Kenora, certain aspects of our tourist industry are, like float planes on the bay. are going to be focused down there. And that's, and also there's going to be a density of development that's expected there, both in heights and mass of buildings, but also in the number of residential units. Generally, we encourage street level storefronts with residential above, that very traditional urban core, or small city urban core.
Councillor Manson.
You touched on the first floor retail, commercial. Is it in our bylaw now, or is it coming, or is it just that you hope that that's what they do?
So our policy, going back to the official plan policy again, so that's what we encourage, but not black and white rules. It's straight in our official plan policies for the Harbour Town Centre that we encourage street level commercial with residential above. So that's not Kevin's opinion, that's the City of Kenora's, with me speaking on behalf of the City of Kenora. Now, in terms of uses, we do support a wide variety of uses in the downtown Harbour Town Centre, our commercial general zone. Once we get to the zoning bylaw, then just that, if there is residential and commercial general, it is encouraged to be second floor and above. One that this council hasn't seen, but was late in the last council, but we will be hearing about it again, I'm sure, is the Matheson Street, the old Northlands property. So that's being proposed for redevelopment. And so it came to council because there were some zoning amendments on the property last spring. And in effect, mostly deal with parking, but you saw that in the proposal for the property, that ground floor is going to be a commercial development. So the street front is going to be commercial development. The proposal that was public was a pharmacy and another commercial area, then residential above. And that's really, it was a bit exceptional because it has a medical clinic up on the top floor. That was part of the zoning amendment that came before council because it did depart from that part, but it did still have the ground floor commercial, a few floors of residential, and just needed the exception for the top floor.
Is there any reason we can't make it a law? That it has to be commercial on the first floor?
We certainly, and we'll be getting up to a review of our zoning bylaw over the next year, following on the official plan review. And certainly, there's a notice of motion last month that we're certainly aware of, and that may be part of considering how we support commercial downtown. The zoning bylaw is the City of Kenora zoning bylaw and council's zoning bylaw. And as long as we are generally compliant with our vision of our official plan, we have a lot of freedom to tweak that bylaw, and amend that bylaw. Planning isn't static, it changes over time. And uses that were permitted or not permitted a decade ago, or back in 2015 when this was last reviewed, may not be suitable as our vision for the community evolves. Go ahead.
So as part of the official plan review, you said it's already at province, provincial level. Who was involved in designing the provincial plan? Has previous council seen it? We've been in a situation lately where previous council has committed us to things. I'm just wondering how involved they were in.
So we presented to council back in 2021. So I think it was February of 2021, we brought a presentation to council about the high level considerations and some of the mapping amendments that are being put into and I stress this, the first draft of the official plan. So we took sort of an administrative first kick of it. We did a public, sadly it had to be an online public engagement at the time due to COVID restrictions. But we took a first kick at a first draft, so went through it, prepared a first draft, trying to anticipate, provincial comments and trying to incorporate what we're hearing from the community. And then that first draft was sent to the province. So when we talk to use a first draft, it's not uncommon to get 15 plus pages of comments back. And a lot of those you have to deal with. Since 2015, there will be a lot of changes to provincial regulations, and part of the reason that the review is being delayed is because the review will reflect now this 2023 provincial policy statement, we're led to believe. We don't have a public document yet, but just because we know we're going to be making a lot more changes to that first draft before we get to a draft that's going to be sent out for public review.
Okay, so is it common practice, a supplementary question, is it common practice for your department to make changes in the zoning of a property when the new official plan is out?
It's common for there to be updates to the zoning bylaw when following on the tail of official plan review. So areas may be designated differently than they were before, but whether those come from, it's each review is going to be unique in terms of where any changes come from, whether they're going to reflect provincial regulations or the changes to our official plan. But generally, any changes to the zoning bylaw should be forecast by our discussion on the official plan.
And they will be highlighted to us before.
Yeah, certainly. Just as with the official plan maps, but I'm sorry, I realize most of this table wasn't here back, unfortunately, because of the timeline of this project. So all the changes to the official plan, were in the presentation from 2021, and we certainly, I'm not sure if anybody's taken the opportunity to distribute that, but we certainly, when I send out the information about the mapping link, I can certainly make sure that I include that presentation from 2021 that was brought, so that was by the planning department at WSU or our consultants at the time.
Here's what's most important, Councillor Moncrief. All rezonings go through council, and the new official plan and zoning bylaw will come through this council. So anything, you'll have full discretion over those documents before they're approved and activated.
Okay, Councillor Bernie?
Yeah, I don't want to hold you up, Kevin, but I think it bears mentioning this. Can you just comment on the zoning bylaw for public use space that was amended in 2019? I was made aware of this and you shared this information with me. I think it's had significant impact, and can you just discuss that in the context why the amendment was brought forward, how it impacted particularly the Harbour Town Centre development area, and can you just provide some context?
Yeah. So the public use section of the zoning bylaw, it existed prior to the 2019 amendment. So I want to make that clear that there was a public use section, and which is common. I think every zoning bylaw I've written or worked with has had some provision in some way for public uses. And that's and generally the reason behind a section like that is for the municipality to be able to undertake its own works with a fair amount of flexibility, because whether it's putting in pedestals or small structure or pumping stations or things like that, the what's considered things that are considered to be of public benefit by the municipality are given a fair amount of flexibility under the bylaw, with understanding you're also the administrator of the bylaw, so that understanding that the municipality is already able to review its own projects to make sure that they feel it's in the best interest of the community. The 2019 amendment was made specifically with the impetus of addressing housing in the city of Kenora, and so it added an extra section to that portion that that section of the bylaw more directly addressed public projects they have to be a government public project by one of the three levels, by municipal, provincial, or federal government, or one of its agencies. So most significantly here in Kenora, the Kenora District Services Board is considered a municipal agency because it's funded by municipal governments. And allow for any projects by a government agency in certain zones, mostly commercial and residential zones, to be then deemed a public use, and accepted from some of the requirements that might normally be, specifically in terms of use, permitted uses. that are regulated under those specific sections of the bylaw. So you still have to meet bulk requirements, the siting of buildings on property, provision of parking, things like that, but the actual use within that building is given a fair amount of flexibility under that section.
So the timing for that, and specifically that amendment, was because of the allow the shelter, correct? Knox Church.
I understand it was before my time, but so I can't speak as authoritatively as I would like to, but my understanding is that there was a few controversial projects in the year or two leading up to that. I know the shelter was an important one of those. There was also a couple of KDSB housing projects in a couple of locations that were fairly controversial and got a bit bogged down in the debate.
I just wanted to provide some context and just be clear about that, and just share it from information purposes, just so there's a clear understanding of the zoning that exists right now, how it came into being, and what it allows for. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Councillor Van Hoen.
It wasn't actually for the planner, so I apologize, but I was just wondering in regards to the question that we'd asked at NOMA, but our official plan, have we heard anything back from them following up from?
No. There's your answer, no.
No, we've heard
Can I-
nothing officially.
Can I maybe ask that we send, in lieu of the comments that were made at the conference, that he did, the word was promise, that maybe we send a little
Yeah.
something
We can
to
send a letter.
remind him about that? Because all of this is so beneficial, but I still get stuck at the fact that it's like,
We have an old document
yeah,
out there somewhere.
yeah. And so it's so hard to like
Yeah.
wrap your head around something when it's in this weird limbo.
We'll send another letter. Councillor.
And maybe just refer to the part that he literally said the word promise.
Was there a timeline attached to the post?
It was like
ASAP.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Heather would know.
Okay.
Okay, so, that's not, that's not. Okay, sorry. Okay, and the question's got one slide ahead of me here, so I think we touched on the official plan review on the key details that we've been working on for a few years, that our online consultations are a bit dated, so you know, certainly when we get back into being able to dig into the official plan again, we certainly will be taking steps to make sure that there is opportunity for substantial public engagement. And most importantly, we'll once we get the comments back, we'll be updating that initial draft and getting a more developed draft that we bring forward to the public, knowing that we've satisfied or at least attempted to address any provincial concerns. We'll be able to present a document with some, with some confidence that whatever we decide at the local community level won't run into any roadblocks from any further provincial review. Though certainly the government behind its push for supporting housing in Ontario has certainly been breaking down a lot of barriers that may have been seen in past years to being able to move official plans forward. And then just here is what we envision loosely as our next steps following receipt of provincial comments. So unfortunately, I can't put any dates here because really, as soon as we basically have to put together a timeline as soon as we get those comments back, and we're going into the summer and trying to work around summer schedules and things like that. But we'll update that draft. We'll proceed with Indigenous engagement, public consultation, and there has to be a special public meeting. That's a statutory requirement. Beyond that statutorily required meeting, we can do more, but we know for sure we're going to have to do that. And based on that input and that engagement, we'll then take that draft and redraft it again to try to make sure we do as much as we can to capture what needs to be captured. And then there's council's required to hold a special meeting. And, you know, I can't stress enough, and sometimes when, you feel like you lose control a bit just because it's a big document and there's a lot to chew on, but this is the City of Kenora's and council's official plan and council's zoning bylaw. So you know, we do our best to try to capture the planning department, you know, sort of the feeling in the room, but certainly council does, you know, it's not meddling to want changes or request changes or ask the planning department to look at particular areas, because, you know, ultimately this is your document, and we, you know, as much as anybody wants you to feel confident in adopting the official plan and the zoning bylaw, to know that you're feeling you're doing so in the best interest of your community. Yeah, and then as we get forward, as we progress along in the official plan, once we get to a point where we're just sort of once we're fairly confident in that document, we'll be also working on the zoning bylaw so that we can bring forward the new zoning bylaw sort of close on the heels of the official plan. Typically within a few months of adopting the official plan, we'd be able to have a zoning bylaw in place. So if everything worked out ideally, if we got a response back from the province this week, I'd be optimistic that we could have a zoning bylaw in place for the 2024 building season. You know, over the winter. So now I want to just provide an overview of some of what I characterize as a planning tool. So these are the types of planning applications that you see coming before council, or you'll hear about going before the planning advisory committee. And these are sort of the tools that, you know, not everything fits. People have unique visions for properties that, you know, I certainly am a big fan of having a zoning bylaw that's reasonably flexible to give people the latitude they need to work with properties, but there's always going to be the one-offs or the you know, whether it's close to what's, you know, not quite adopted, or something that's just so innovative, or in a location where something just hasn't been anticipated, and that's where these tools come into play. So first of all, zoning bylaw amendment, which is required where somebody just absolutely does not comply with the zoning bylaw, where something's being proposed that requires a completely different zone, or requires something that's just not anticipated at all in the zoning bylaw. And these may be initiated either by a private property owner or by city staff. Must be consistent with the official plan, and it is approved by council. So it comes to the council table for a decision following a public meeting, and these may be appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal or OLT.
Councillor.
Thank you. I was just wondering if you maybe speak to with the Bill 23 and what that means in regards to the Ontario Land Tribunal, because I think a lot of the powers have been stripped.
Yeah, and I'll touch on these in a couple of slides that I've done. As we go through the slides, I've pointed out where appeals have been limited under Bill 23. So the zoning bylaws haven't been curtailed significantly in terms of who can appeal, but certain other applications have.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And so, in the zoning bylaw amendment, it's, you know, it's not uncommon for there to be a half dozen or so those a year coming forward to council. Official plan amendments are much less common. I think we probably averaged less than one per year since the official plan was adopted, and that's, you know, that's an official plan working the way an official plan should work. An official plan should be sort of give you those broad guidelines, and generally shouldn't be so restrictive or so specific that you have to go back and change the official plan on a regular basis. By being a vision document, it should anticipate that there's going to be changes over the lifetime of a plan to a certain extent. But sometimes it gets outdated, and sometimes there are things that need to be changed. So again, it may be initiated by a private property owner or the city. Again, it has to be consistent with the policies above it that we talked about, that pyramid. And again, it's approved by council following a public meeting and may be appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Quite often, if there's an official plan amendment, it's concurrent with the zoning bylaw amendment. In my experience, the most often reason for an official plan amendment is when a zoning bylaw amendment is being proposed that isn't supported by the official plan. So you have to amend the official plan at the same time to provide support for that zoning bylaw amendment. Not all the time, but in the vast majority of cases in my experience. So those two amendments, the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, so those are tools that end up with hearings and decisions by council. This next one, gets into is one of the tools that is administered through the Planning Advisory Committee. So I talked about the big changes required in the zoning amendment. Minor variances are changes that don't fall short of requiring a zoning amendment. And there's a bit of I'll admit, it's a bit of a gray area between zoning bylaw amendments and minor variances in Ontario specifically, just because it's been litigated to death, and the courts have upheld some minor variance powers that are sort of exceptional, made some decisions in the past that have opened up minor variances, in my opinion, a little bit more than was originally anticipated. But it is what it is. But it does allow for somebody to, the idea is you're allowing requesting exception from a specific requirement. Most commonly that's a specific number calculation under the zoning bylaw. So you have to be set back X meters from a property line, or your building's only allowed to be X meters tall, or you're required to have a certain number of parking spaces required based on what's happening in the building. You can't quite meet it. Often in Kenora, it's because you got a rock face sitting in the middle of your property or something like that, and you need some relief. And so that's where the minor variance comes into play. Just those tweaks to the regulations. Often, you can point to a cause and effect, specific related situation that requires that logically that requires some relief. It is approved by the Planning Advisory Committee, as mentioned, and there's 4 tests, and these are well established. The tests are set in stone, though the interpretation of the answers to them can certainly be a topic for discussion. But the broad questions are, is it minor? And the answer to that is often, if somebody thinks it's minor. So ultimately, if the Planning Advisory Committee is satisfied that something's minor in nature, minor in impact, it's not a percentage, like 10% of relief from a number is minor. And that's the way it is administered in some provinces in Canada, but here there's a fair amount of room for interpretation. Is the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. So you're seeking relief from a specific regulation, but generally are you keeping with what the zoning bylaw is trying to accomplish? Same with the official plan. Are you respecting the policies of the official plan? And the final question is it desirable or appropriate use of the development of the land, building, or structure? And again, that's a very subjective assessment, but at least if you're asking for a minor variance, you better be prepared to answer that question of, is it desirable? And now this is Bill 23 amendments. This is the first one where we're making mention of those. So as a result of the amendments made in November, it may only be appealed by a specified person or public body, and specified person is not your neighbor. Specified person is not a member of the general public, and it's a bit of, and it's a common misunderstanding by a layperson because you see the word person in there. But a specified person is actually under the law, and it's defined in the Act, but basically certain utilities and public services are considered specified persons, public and private utilities. But basically, your general member of the public cannot appeal this anymore.
Okay. Kevin, there's
Yeah.
one
So
question.
just so the public is aware, Kevin, can you tell us, the Planning Advisory Committee, Committee of Adjustment, whatever they're, Planning Advisory in our case, they are making decisions on the 4 tests. What can you talk a little bit about that process quickly? What guidance do they get from the planning? They're lay people, so I'm just curious, for the public's sake, what the process is there for those people.
Yeah, so we prepare a planning report with each application that comes forward, whether it be to council or to the planning advisory committee. So you've seen the zoning bylaw reports that have come to council. A very similar report goes to the planning advisory committee. So generally that's under me as a professional planner. So I have to take into consideration the policies of the city of Kenora and of the province. And specifically the official plan, provincial policy statement, and render a professional assessment and recommendation in accordance with those. So it's not Kevin Sumner's opinion of what should be going on here, or it shouldn't be. It's Kevin Sumner's best attempt at interpreting all these policies as they relate to the specific application, and summarized in a fairly succinct document for the at least for the basic understanding of the committee. And just like council gets the opportunity to ask questions of the proponent and myself as your planner, the planning advisory committee does as well. So we sort of try to hit the highlights in the report, but certainly there can often be an ample discussion at the public meeting. And Kevin Sumner is sometimes, I'll do an interpretation. I offer a recommendation, and just as council is, the planning advisory committee is free to go with that recommendation, or to come up with to make an alternative decision, whether it's amending that recommendation, or declining something that I'd recommend approval for, or approving something that I'd recommend be declined. So certainly, and that is the very important role of council and the planning advisory committee to make that decision. And I do my best to give you the tools and information you need to make that decision, and answer any questions, but that's the decision and authority rests with the elected officials. And then just listed here some of the common variances. I think I mentioned them in talking to the previous slide, but that just gives you I'd say these are the most common ones we see in the city of Kenora, but any provision of the zoning bylaw can be, someone can make a request relief from it. Generally, those tend to be hard numbers, but sometimes it can be, it's hard to talk about the full extent, but anybody that does need relief, they come into our office and we work out whether it's needs a minor variance or zoning amendment, basically. So next we get into taking one property and making it more than one property, subdivision, or a severance. Is a term you'll often hear because a subdivision applies to one specific type of application. There can be severance of property that doesn't involve, we'll get into that in a second. But plans of subdivision or plans of condominium require approval through the planning advisory committee. So a plan of subdivision, you're just taking one large lot and severing it into multiple lots. Plan of condominium, you're often still staying with one lot, but it's severing out the individual units of the condominium so that there's a title to each. So when you buy a condominium unit, you actually get title to, depending on the type of type of condominium, either what's within the walls or your unit plus an area outside of the unit, or even a unit within an apartment building where you strata titling where you don't own what's above or below or beside you, but everything within your unit itself. And this tends to be a two-step process. So it does come to the planning advisory committee for draft approval or refusal regarding, like with other planning applications, a consultation and a public meeting. isn't in effect though with a variance or a zoning amendment. Once it's decided on, there's an appeal period following, but that's the decision. With the plan of subdivision, in almost all cases, it's going to be a draft approval with a number of conditions. So we just had one for a condominium development up next to Evergreen School where there was 25 conditions. So that it's approved in principle, but it's you're given 2 years to meet those conditions, and sometimes you need them. Hopefully this particular one goes faster than that. I know they certainly have an aggressive time frame, but there's a lot of things that need to be done after it's given that draft approval and those getting surveys done, may need to get easements registered, may have to do additional studies that may be identified, such as servicing studies or traffic impact studies. But there isn't any further sort of public review. Once they meet all those conditions, that you get to hit step 2, which is the final approval. There's a delay there. And the decision on the decision, if it's a decline or the conditions of the approval, may be appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal. So I mentioned there's more than one way to sever property. The other one is consent for land severance. And this is limited in how it can be used. So generally up to 3 service lots, so generally within our urban area with our municipal sewer and water can be created, or up to 4 in a rural area. And it has to be from a surveyed lot. So if somebody starts with a large piece of property, applies for a consent to sever 4 lots this year and gets approved, and then they come back next year, you can't do 4 at a time or to end up with what would normally require a subdivision. Once you hit those 4 lot limit, regardless of the original size, then the next lot you create has to go to, or set of lots you create has to go to the subdivision process. So it's the intent is to allow a limited amount of severance through a slightly simplified process. It can also be used for lot line realignments. So you and your neighbor want to swap a little bit of property. I want to sell you 20 feet off the side of my lot. That can also go through, so you're not creating a new lot, but you're realigning the lot lines. If you're registering an easement or a right-of-way, so for example, I want to build a road through my neighbor's property, and I want an easement on there that guarantees me future access regardless of property sales. So that could, in some cases, will require a consent application. And certain 21-year leases, and that's been pared down in recent years in terms of what leases require a consent, but certain periods, certain situations where you're leasing property for 21 or more years will require a consent approval. But by far, the first 2 types of applications are the ones by far the most common, especially the first one in terms of what we see here on a regular basis. So again, with this standard in planning applications, there is a public meeting before the planning advisory committee makes their decision, and as I mentioned, it is a bit simplified. So there's maybe some rules that you have to, or policies you have to consider in a subdivision that don't come into play on a consent application, such as parkland dedication, and this is another one that's been affected by the Bill 23 amendments. So appeals now are severely limited compared to what they were before last November. This next planning tool is the first one I've listed here that doesn't have a public meeting or a decision by elected officials. So this is administrative, and actually, as of a couple of years ago, there was planning act amendments that actually made it illegal for councils to be making decisions on site plan control. It has to be handled administratively. Though you will see that there sometimes are agreements related to it that have to be authorized. So the mayor and city clerk still have to sign off on agreements related to site plan control, but it's not something that can be debated. They just have to be authorized to enter into those agreements. This actually, you may remember a few months ago, we brought forward an amendment to the site plan control bylaw, and so we may have taken the opportunity at that time to take a glance through it and see what it was. But basically, developments within our settlement area that in residential, it has to be more than 10 residential units within a development. So, if somebody's doing 20 duplexes, that would require site plan control because they're doing 40 units. But if it's a development that's creating in total less than 10 residential units, we don't require site plan control, but anything over that, any significant commercial, industrial, institutional developments, shipping containers to be located on property require site plan control approval, a few little niche ones like that. So that's in the settlement area. And then in rural areas, major commercial industrial developments may be subject to site plan control, but anything adjacent to an identified environmental area of environmental concern. So wetlands, designated wetlands, Block Sturgeon Lake, certain other locations, and it's all identified in our mapping. If you're doing something close to an environmentally sensitive area, we require site plan control. It's a bit of a different lens. We're really then looking at protection of that particular feature more so than some of the other things we'd be looking at in an urban area where you're looking at servicing and roads and sewer and water and things like that. But site plan control approval is required in those situations. It's classified as minor or major, so for relatively simple applications, it's an expedited minor process with a lower application fee. Major ones, we undertake a major review, and typically with major ones, with minor ones, we will often do a letter of undertaking. So basically, it's a letter that the applicant enters into with us, just basically promising to abide by the site plan that they indicated. With more complex developments, we'll have a very detailed agreement that covers construction of roads, municipal standards, sewer and water connections, drainage plans, things like that, especially in urban areas, we have to be cognizant of. We do have another mostly administrative function is community improvement plans, or CIPs. So we have 3 areas of the city that have been designated as CIP areas. The Harbour Town Center, the Keewatin urban area, and the former Abitibi Mill site redevelopment. And so each CIP sets out a set of incentives, mostly in the form of grants, but there is provisions for incremental tax incentives. And the incremental tax incentives are quite exceptional, and those do have to come forward to council because they're complex matters and need some, there's no simple expedited process for those. And so with certain developments that meet certain criteria, we can provide those. They're not huge financial incentives, but some financial incentives to help with things like storefront improvements or upgrading buildings with that goal of community improvement. Another one of the more rare things we have is permission for expansion or enlargement of a non-conforming use. So this is, because our rules change over years, it's not uncommon, if something was developed, say 40 or 50 years ago on a property, it may have been supported under the rules in place at that time, but it may not be supported under our current rules as we've amended and changed our zoning bylaw, in which case what we call it is legally non-conforming use. It's often people refer to it as grandfathering. So as long as it was legal when it was established, we can't go back and say, oh, we changed the rules, you got to shut down, or you got to remove your building. No, it was legal, it stays legal. But you do need, if you go to expand something that's legally non-conforming or grandfathered, you can't do so without getting specific permission to do so. So someone can apply to expand a legally non-conforming use.
Question.
Councillor Bird.
Can you give me some examples of existing non-conforming use areas in Kenora?
It's very much property by property, but say you had a small store. I'm not going to mention any specific location. I don't want to calling out a specific property. Say, you have a small little corner store that's been there for 40 years. And as the zoning bylaw got updated, maybe that whole block that is zoned as residential. And, and it may just be simple oversight. Someone, forgot that store was there and mistakes can happen. Or it may be part of a longer vision of, okay, we just, any future development, we want to be residential in nature. And then if you say, if you're the owner of that corner store and you wanted to add a few hundred square feet to expand your retail area, and it's not a permitted use anymore, then you can apply for permission and be granted that and recognizing your exceptional circumstances.
These are not designated on the map.
No, we don't have anything. When you look at the map, you won't see any highlighted. Oh, this doesn't fit here anymore. But there are scattering. It's not super common, but there are a few properties that I've come across.
And you have a comprehensive listing, Kevin?
No, it's not something we actively tracked.
Okay.
And like I said, some of these will be unintentional, or somebody, I've occasionally had somebody come in and nobody, the situation's existed for 20 years, but just nobody's had to look at it because they haven't needed a building permit or haven't, nothing's come up.
I guess I'm asking the question because I guess I'd like to know if there's anything significant in the community that's either positive or negative that might fall under that criteria. Anyway, something I can follow up myself.
Yeah, I really need to think about it and do some investigation. But certainly I'd be happy to have that conversation. And then something just to touch on, so this gets outside of the direct purview of the planning department and to our colleagues in the building department, but is building permits. So our chief building official in approving any building permit has to consider what the building code calls applicable law. So that includes the zoning bylaw of the city of Kenora. So when our building officials are issuing a building permit, they review it to make sure and consult with the planning department as necessary to make sure that building permits are compliant with are for projects that are compliant with the zoning bylaw. So our building official, so we have a CBO within it's our building department that acts as a CBO for most things in the city of Kenora. The one exception would be the Northwestern Health Unit is the CBO when it comes to private wells and septic systems. We have a couple of regulations in the zoning bylaw pertaining to septic systems, but those aren't actually applicable law for the Northwestern Health Unit, so they really have full discretion in approving for the septic systems outside of, not a municipal sewer system, but anything outside.
I think Councilor Beth got down this question.
You know, just in regards to that, I was just wondering if there is maybe benefit of, I don't know if you yourself feel confident speaking about it, or if the health unit would come and do a presentation to us in public, maybe around their process with that, just because I think there's a lot of questions around like lake water quality. That seems to be a contentious thing, and I personally don't feel like qualified enough to speak to that, and I think just as a consideration in this geography, how many people have wells and septics, is that something that would be beneficial?
I know. I think you're right. The Northwestern Health Unit would be best qualified to authoritatively answer your questions about that.
Thank you.
So Councilor Moncrief.
Just further to Councilor Bernie's comment, in your pyramid, you talked about hard and fast rules under the zoning bylaw, which, as far as permitting and the building official and the process of a new structure or a renovation or something that someone that's spoken to you pulled a permit. But really, the rest of the bylaws are not. They're not going around looking for infractions.
Well, certainly we resolve infractions as a director of education, but no, I wouldn't characterize any of the building or planning department's actions as going around looking for infractions. And we certainly keep ourselves busy with what's being
I know that, but I don't think the public knows that. complaint-based.
Yeah, and then certainly we take infractions seriously, and we put the emphasis on achieving what we term voluntary compliance. So certainly our preference is to work with landowners to try to amicably resolve situations where we identified infractions, but there are occasionally times when we have to take a more formal approach to enforcement.
Councillor.
So that being said, and I'm not going to ask you the question directly, but I think that if we wanted to be more proactive, would there be opportunities for, I think it was made aware of, is it an apprenticeship program, or they're making it more like for building inspectors, they're sort of streamlining the process. Would it be beneficial to be maybe more proactive, to have leverage sort of the current climate, current legislation to bring in somebody that could possibly have that even as part of their job?
You know what, Councillor Bernie, Roberta can speak to sort of the pivot that we're looking at that right now.
I'm not trying to start the presentation or wheel your presentation here, Kevin. Yeah, please, Roberta.
Yeah, absolutely. I think during our construction season, peak time, there is a higher need for sure for inspectors, as well as we know industry-wide there's a shortage. So in light of the changes that the province had made, we are going to be looking at that internship type of a program, and we've had some preliminary discussions with the staffing turnover that's happening. You need to make sure you have enough qualified staff though to actually support that. So that is, we're just in a little bit of a holding pattern, but we hope that that will actually kick up and be a very fruitful program for us.
And would it have an enforcement component?
The inspectors would continue their inspection roles. I think that's something that a level of service in terms of what council would be looking for. That's something that we would definitely deliver on if that was the expectation.
I just think it would, it would send a message to the public too that we're in control, that we intend to maybe be a little more proactive. And I think from the conversations I've had that it would be viewed positively. And I mean, development, building, it's a hot button issue here at Kenora, and if we could say that we are addressing that, even if it's not a full-time position, if somebody is being more proactive, I think it would just speak to the general, I think the general sort of feeling of that we are controlling development in our community, and we are, we're not waiting till complaints come to us, because as we know, they oftentimes don't, but I think there's an onus on us to be proactive, in my opinion, to some extent anyway, or to staffing levels considered and cost considered, but I think we'd have a positive impact. We can continue that conversation later.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
I just add that we don't tend to really hammer on it, but you'll see some of the applications that come before council or come before the planning advisory committee are coming out of enforcement background as we attempt to resolve things.
Okay.
So it's an ongoing process. So just the final section here, I've touched on a lot of this too, as we've gone through, but just to touch briefly on the responsibilities of council and the planning advisory committees. And these are the responsibilities under the act of council, is to have the updated official plan. So part of that is periodic review. So every 5 to 10 years typically, to be reviewing and updating the official plan to keep it current. And then what that does is also advance what we call the planning horizon. So up until now, it's been horizon of up to 25 years. One of the things that's being proposed under the new provincial policy statement is a required 25-year horizon. So what that'll give us is a little bit more flexibility for, say, designating new areas for development. Sometimes if you designate what the province determines to be too much for whatever rationale they use, then you may get some pushback, but with having a greater threshold, we can actually, it gives us a little bit more flexibility to identifying more areas for future development and having that long-term plan to work towards. You are responsible in adopting that official plan to be consistent with the provincial policy statement. It's a responsibility of council, through your planning staff, to make sure that public notices and meetings are held as required under the Act. There's a requirement in certain situations, and specifically an official plan adoption for engagement with Indigenous communities. That's a statutory requirement. To apply local and provincial interests, setting the policies for and delegating, deciding what can be delegated to or what goes to the Planning Advisory Committee, so setting the criteria for the Planning Advisory Committee. And again, next one, again, this is another one, largely is through staff, but defending decisions to the Ontario Land Tribunal. So when there is a decision made, and if it's appealed, the city has an obligation to defend our decisions or put forward a rationale and to measure performance. Oh.
When you talked about engagement with Indigenous communities, when exactly do you have to engage with them? And is it more telling them what's happening, or is it asking for permission?
So this is an evolving field of area of planning. Without even getting into too much, I think the most important thing that we should be in our minds right now is that in terms of our new official plan, it's a statutory requirement for engagement. It doesn't specify exactly how that engagement has to occur. Nothing so detailed as you have to meet for X hours at X location and talk about X topics. But there's an expectation, I would say, that that there be a meaningful dialogue. And we certainly have had early stages of this current official plan policy, even though sort of the provincial policies are evolving. We've certainly had a good dialogue, especially with the territorial planning unit of Treaty 3. And we had some good input in there, and our initial draft, at least, has directly incorporated some of the some ideas and suggestions from First Nations.
Okay.
Okay. And then, Planning Advisory Committee. So the term Planning Advisory Committee is a Kenora term. So you go to other municipalities, if you're talking at conferences, and you say Planning Advisory Committee, you may get deer in headlight looks. But if you tell them it's your Committee of Adjustment, everybody will know what you're talking about. So our Planning Advisory Committee acts as a Committee of Adjustment and the Property Standards Committee for the city. So especially in larger municipalities, those would be two separate committees often. But the Planning Advisory Committee fulfills both those functions. They operate under a procedural bylaw that's passed by council. And as you may remember from last November, council appoints the members of the Planning Advisory Committee, makes the decisions on those applications. We covered the minor variance, oops, typo there, sorry, consent and plans of subdivision. The Planning Advisory Committee also makes recommendations to council on official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. I don't think I covered that early in the presentation, but basically part of our process, before there's a public meeting of council, there's a Planning Advisory Committee to determine an open house, typically the month previous, where it's a similar public meeting, but the Planning Advisory Committee is making a decision. They're just they're making a recommendation. And just like the recommendation of your planner, the recommendation of the Planning Advisory Committee is something for council to consider, but council does make the decision. And the terms of reference do allow that planning matters may be referred to the council for the Planning Advisory Committee. That hasn't happened in the last 3 years that I've been here, but I'm aware of planning matters previous to that, at least a couple that were referred to the Planning Advisory Committee to have their own public meeing and provide some opportunity for public engagement and for planning reports to be prepared and some research to be prepared, and then to come back as a recommendation to council from the Planning Advisory Committee. So that is an option available.
Councilor Margaret.
Property standards, you just touch on that.
Yeah, so this would be typically something that staff starts with bylaw enforcement and is largely administered by bylaw enforcement in the city. So if there's a property standards complaint made and if we're incapable of achieving voluntary compliance with our property standards bylaw, then if enforcement actions are occasionally required, and any appeals to enforcement actions will be for the property standards. So there was one held 2 months ago, by the planning advisory committee, and I think that's the first time I've seen one in the 3 years I was here. So it's an infrequent but necessary part of the administration.
Is it usually a separate meeting or is it incorporated as?
Those are special meetings. They're much more sort of what I term quasi-judicial. They're much more structured, even than the typical planning advisory committee meeting. You're often dealing with very sensitive matters, and there's a lot more
Right.
need for discussion.
Thanks.
Okay, I think that covers that. Then the Ontario Land Tribunal, we mentioned that a few times. Also, up until 2018, it was the municipal board, a function of the municipal board. In 2018, the LPAD, or Local Planning Appeals Tribunal, was established, and then in 2021, that became the Ontario Land Tribunal. So that's a provincially appointed tribunal that can hear appeals and making decisions. As I went through the applications, you saw which ones could be appealed and by whom. They make the decision ultimately on who can appeal. So if we receive an appeal, the appeals are submitted through our office or through City Hall, we don't gatekeep on that. So even if we think that somebody's ineligible to appeal, we forward the appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal to make the decision on whether they hold a hearing or not. And just the one exception is official plan updates. That's the one planning application that may not be appealed. And then finally, the last cog in the wheel here of planning is your professional planner. So that'd be myself and our associate planner, Mr. Marchant, who you met last month. So we're required to act in accordance with our professional code of conduct. So I mentioned it's not coming here Kevin Sumner's opinion on what Kevin Sumner thinks is best for the city of Kenora. We have a responsibility to practice in a manner that reflects a range of consideration, the diversity, needs, values, and aspirations of the public, and interrelated nature of planning decisions on natural, human, cultural environment. So there's an expectation that we weigh all of the factors, all of the interests in play, and balance general public versus private interests, and try to put forward a recommendation that does our best to balance and anything that's being brought up during the course. Does that mean that every opinion we hear is going to be reflected in the final opinion? Not necessarily, but we weigh and certainly try to at least offer commentary on all of the whether it be submissions from government agencies or the general public, or the applicant or an opponent, and provide an independent professional opinion. So independent opinion, if I'm offering a recommendation, it isn't what Kyle or what Stace has told Kevin as the planner to say on behalf of the city of Kenora. It's to act as a professional planner on the behalf of the city of Kenora, which hopefully, we certainly try to work as a team, but certainly there may be situations in which the recommendation of the planner may not be thoroughly endorsed by all elements of our administration or by members of the public, so we certainly try to find compromise solutions as best as possible. And that's it for my 101. It's a lot I realize it's probably been like drinking from the fire hose the last few months. There's a lot of things you as councilors need to be aware of, planning just being one of them. So that I thought I've done my best to touch on what I think to be sort of the key things to have a broad understanding of. But certainly, as I mentioned at the beginning, the planning department is there to answer any questions. That there's always going to be unique situations come up with that. There's lots of square pegs we're trying to put through round holes. So.
Final questions, Council.
Through the chair to the CAO, this, for me, this was an area that I really had no knowledge in and felt uncomfortable right from day one of being in this chair. And so I think as part of our orientation, AMOS 101, I know a few of us took it already. This was very similar, but I think it would be helpful to do this with local examples before we even sit down here for the next council going forward, so part of the orientation. You were asking for feedback about what should be in the next orientation. This is key, because I don't want to be in a position where we're holding people up because we're not comfortable with decisions.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I appreciate the feedback. You know, it is a big jump going, you know, from the street to being in this chair, and it's a lot to get your head around. So we'll take that feedback and we'll try and figure out how we can weave that in early on in the orientation.
Any other questions? Thanks for one last thing. Is this going to be up on SharePoint presentation? Or?
Yeah, it is now.
Uploaded for you.
Pardon?
I can have it
Okay.
uploaded.
Is that okay? I think it's a document we should have readily available. It has a good synopsis. So.
And I'll make sure I get that link for the maps, and I'll get that 2021 presentation. Send that through, and I'll send it up through the clerk's department, and they'll figure out how to get it out to you.
Just one more comment. It's helpful for us when the agenda's put together, if presentations like this are included in that, because some of us like to sit with the information in advance to consider questions as we move through it. So if you can, in future, maybe senior leadership provide their presentations to the clerk before the agenda goes out, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin.
Okay. Okay, moving on. I think this is this first piece in the agenda now is something that we all look forward to. So 1.1 is council committee work update. So can I maybe start over with Councilor Nancy?
Yes, sure. I received an email from Heather about myself attending handy transit meetings. The first two meetings were canceled. I did talk to her about the timing. It is at noon on committee of the whole days. So the first time she didn't really care to discuss changing it. This time today I got a meeting notice like an hour ago that we have a meeting at noon, and I told her today, and I said I probably would not be attending. Could you please bring up changing it? And she said this time she would. So. And library, there's nothing to report.
Councilor Glatch.
Thank you. A few updates from the Muse board. We are very far into our director recruitment, so that's been very exciting. Really cool to work with the third-party recruiter. Really enjoyed that experience. And we have some policies we've been updating, so some of those will come to council for final approval. Upcoming at the Muse, in the middle of the world, is a textile exhibit running till June 17th with some supplementary events this Friday and Saturday, so that's at the Douglas Family Arts Center. Until June 10th, something to talk about, the story of Kenora's 1973 bank robbery at the Lake of the Woods Museum. There's a presentation this evening by an author who's written about it. Quilters Guild annual show, which is a favorite that comes up every year. And more information on everything happening at the Muse, always up to date at themusekenora.ca. And then the second piece that I'll speak to today is just that I am participating in the Drowning Prevention Research Center sessions to focus on the development of a community drowning prevention and boating injury study.
Thank you. Councilor Bernie.
Yeah, so the BIZ, I wasn't able to attend the last meeting, unfortunately, due to a scheduling conflict, but we're meeting next week, and we're looking at formalizing our meetings for the third Thursday of each month at 5 p.m. So one of the things from the last meeting, just from the minutes, is the BIZ is looking at doing 3 downtown markets this summer, possibly one in the evening with possibly live entertainment. live music, so that's good. That's encouraging. Yeah, so last year I actually worked, when I was still working, I worked at both of the downtown markets and, or the, what do you want to call them?
Open air market.
Open air markets, yeah. And they were really successful. Lots of people from out of town and lots of foot traffic and people, so we can do 3 of them. I think that would be great. So yeah, continuing to meet with BIZ, and I've also talked about a Henny Pen Lane beautification project in some way, shape, or form. Whether we start it this summer, you know, just in the form of graffiti eradication, if we can leverage some funds perhaps through the BIZ or through private donations, it's something I'm trying to move forward through the BIZ, just to take that area back and again, the theory of ownership. So it's a theory under SEPTED, and I think it's literally a block from Main Street, and it's people just don't go there. It's like, I mean, we all know the issues associated with Henny Pen Lane. So if we can do some simple things that will rejuvenate, sort of beautify the area and get people to direct traffic there, people feel comfortable, I think that'll be a big win. My health unit board, so we were at, several of us councillors were at NOMA, and we had several board members from the Northwest Health Unit Board there. Had a chance to get together and meet some members that personally. Trudy Sachowski was there, and she actually introduced, for those of you who were there, recall, and she introduced Loretta Ryan. She's the executive director of the Association of Local Public Health Agencies. Her and her husband did a presentation at Roma, I think it was called. Intersection of planning and public health. So it was interesting. Locally, KIT is actually a member, which I find interesting, and we've had a conversation about that. She's a member of this expert panel advisory committee for the next Chief Medical Officer Health Report on cannabis, alcohol, tobacco, and opioids, which is significant. As we know, issues with opioids, but certainly alcohol is the catalyst for the majority of crime, violent crimes, especially in Kenora and the region. So to have KIT as a member of that advisory committee, I think it would be great that we're represented, our region is represented. And that report's expected in the fall of 2023. Councillor Koch actually shared a report that's really interesting, and I invite everybody to have a look through it and try and plow through it. It's lengthy, but it's called Being Ready. Dr. Kieran Moore, I believe, from Public Health is largely responsible for that report and had input, and it's ensuring public health preparedness for infectious outbreaks and pandemics. And considering, the context of what we just went through, I think it's good to do a debrief like that and a postmortem, if you will, of things we did right, things we did wrong. Lots of things that we've done wrong and can be improved on, but I think this report is quite comprehensive, and as I said, Councillor Koch sent that link out, so it's there for all of us. We haven't started our crime prevention and community well-being advisory committee yet, but we're getting. I was speaking with Heather Pilak last week, and we've gotten quite a few applications to be on board. And we're still in the process of hiring the community safety well-being coordinator, so that's ongoing. But I look forward to my role in that once we get the committee established and we get a coordinator. Those are the 3 things that I'm involved in.
Thank you. Councillor Chase.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was at the Good Roads Conference recently and wasn't able to attend the All Nations Health Partners. So perhaps Councillor Moncrief, who attended in my absence, could maybe give a bit of an update from that meeting. Thank you. And then also due to a scheduling conflict, I wasn't able to make the medical center meeting 2 weeks ago. So I apologize for that. So I have no updates at this time.
Councillor Penfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. So for the Kenora Police Service Board, we have not met since the last committee of the whole that we had, but I am attending the Ontario Association for Police Services Board's conference in Niagara at the end of, it's the last week of May, with the delegation that we're going there. And in lieu of that, it's also National Accessibility Awareness Week, which I'm on the Accessibility Advisory Committee. So stay tuned for some content updates from that, but we won't be hosting anything this year, but we're hoping, just due to time constraints, to be able to do something a little bit more impactful with that next year. We had a really great Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting last week. We got a presentation around some of the park developments that we have coming to Kenora, and it was for the Accessibility Advisory Committee, so they really highlighted a lot of the accessible features in some of the upgrades that they are bringing. So I won't get into everything, because I know that, first of all, I just want to say like a huge kudos to staff and to our other levels of governments for this investment in our community. Like, it's incredible. It's really cool what they're doing with this. So in regards to Norman Park, actually through consultation with Firefly, because they utilize that space a lot due to the location, obviously, of the amenities, they have creating an autism calming center, a discovery area they call it. So there'll be one at the Splash Park area and then one down at the park area as well. It's called a Miracle Museum, which is great. And then also for the majority of the new installations, they have invested, which it is obviously a more costly investment, but from an accessibility standpoint, rubber tiling will be used for the majority of the play structure areas, so not sand or the wood chip. So for anyone who has accessibility needs, that's a huge, huge plus. And then something one of the other members of the committee brought up, one of the questions was in regards to seating, and as a older member of the community, she just wanted to reinforce the having the lens on accessibility when it comes to seating, so that you can have that intergenerational play, and so that everyone in your community can participate in those spaces, regardless of if you're the one who's actively doing the play, so to speak. So I'm really excited to get more information on all of those structures. It's a huge, huge win for our community. So yeah, the end.
Councillor Margaret.
Sure. So just a couple things. There's been a lot going on. It's been a busy month, starting with the flag raising for the Festival of the Arts. I've had 2 District Services Board Finance and Audit Committee meetings. The audit was presented and will be made public after this month's board meeting. I took the AMO Foundations in Planning course with Councillor Koch and Councillor Van Bellingham, and it was very helpful, and that's what I was going to say about, I think it should be part of our orientation. Graham was unable to attend the All Nation Health Partners, as he mentioned, so I attended and found it very informative. There's a lot of conversation and a lot going on with that group, none of which is mine to report, but I will say that they're very aware of us being a partner with them and working with them and continuing the conversation with them. Although we don't provide direct health services as a municipality, we do intersect with health providers in the locations that the services are offered and in the subject of community safety. So I'm hoping that maybe there can be some overlap with that as well going forward with the Community Safety Committee. I was also at a District Services Board meeting, and as a result of a discussion about a particular property that was under consideration for acquisition by the District Services Board, I reiterated to management and the board that municipalities need to be included in conversations about location of KDSB properties, because the density of social programs and housing could substantially impact a neighborhood, and the way that we as municipalities provide for residents and services in the neighborhood. I also suggested that Kenora's core is saturated, and going forward consultation is extremely important. Just a couple of, the YQK, the Kenora Airport's doing very well. They're healthy in spite of some slowed service levels during COVID and last year's airport strip paving, and they're geared up and ready for a busy summer. They're looking forward to furthering and building on our relationship with the city as further opportunities come forward. What else? Weyerhaeuser Mill. Many of us attended the Weyerhaeuser mill opening and had a good conversation over lunch about that. It's an impressive plant, and we never did find out what the seven secret herbs and spices are. But we did have a nice most of the day with them. So looking forward to supporting them any way we can. Historically, we've spent a great deal of time, effort, and money as a municipality on attracting new business. But hopefully the fostering relationships with existing business and assisting them with healthy growth and development are areas that we can certainly build on, and this is one of our major employers, so looking forward to that relationship. Some of the other things I just wanted to touch on were, as a result of a few years ago, there was an article about there being no culture in Kenora, and I'm always happy to prove that wrong. I think the comment was yogurt has more culture than Kenora, and so I think it's incumbent on us to remind people when they're listening. I hope you're listening. I don't know how many people are listening, but so this month we had some fun things, such as the Common Ground, the Sharing of Our Stories event. It's a cross-cultural day of storytelling, which included storytellers Nadine McBride and Kelly Gibson from Menaki. I won't go into details, just for time's sake. Life and Times of the CPR Agent Telegrapher was presented by John Vaught. Very interesting how we've gone from telegraph in his lifetime to, we laugh now when someone says fax machine. Teenagers don't know what that is. Wanda Cable was there, and many of us know Wanda from her role as CAO in St. Mary's, Nister Falls, but she told a visual story using her photography as the conduit. It was fascinating and wonderful, and she's very talented. Geraldine Cackaway gave a talk called We're Still Here Today, and I hope we were able to convey that we were glad that she is, and we are happy that she is. So, through the magic of recorded interviews, we heard posthumously from the late Sugar Robertson regarding the 1950s thistles, and Ida Skeed talked about her jingle dresses and dancing and her relationship to her culture. I attended Kingfisher Days by Trilight Theatre, and any production involving either kids or pets, I'm there. Well done, Trilight, another community culture gem. And the G Clef Choir Music Men hosted a performance at Knox that carried the audience across Canada by song. Thank you for that, and it was a delightful evening. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. So I have a couple things. So I guess I'll update public on the Kenora Healthcare Center meeting that we had. Councillor Koch and myself were in attendance. So at that meeting, we basically finally passed the budget. But we also had discussions about, spaces and what's available, what isn't, the difficulty with filling those spaces with doctors that are recruited doctors. We are down our numbers, which has a direct correlation reflection on the budget and who pays what. Financially, we're still fine, but we need to fill some of those spaces that are vacant. So some of the members are working with some of the groups within that are tenants of the building, and they're going to look at coming up with some ideas. We also had a discussion again about, because it's been ongoing for over a year, about the makeup of the committee. So right now it's 3 councillors, and it's three members of the Kenora Medical Association. And they're having a hard time filling those 3. So they basically have had 2 out of 3, probably for 4.5 years now. So it's been a long time. And then we have 1 at large, and then we have 1 staff member who kind of looks after everything that attended. So we're looking at, there will have to be changes through bylaw because it's a corporation, or nonprofit corporation, to look at the structure, and we've kind of looked at paring it down or downsizing it. And when you go back through the bylaws, and I know our city clerk has been working on that and reaching out to other organizations that would have a similar makeup. So we are looking to, at some point, make a recommendation to reduce the number. Having 7 people on that committee is insane. It's just way too much. Having said that, we'll have to decide, you know, on our end, like I'm assuming they'll go to 5 because it has to be an odd number. And we can still have community at large, the medical center, but we also talked about the fact that we can also go outside of this body of council. It doesn't have to be 3 councillors. It can be whoever council deems appropriate to represent us at that board level or committee. And just to keep in mind in that why we're connected to that particular organization is because we secure a extremely large mortgage on that building. It's because it's public, it's over $5 million still, and it was much more than that at one point in time. So that's our interest in it, because if mortgage payments are not made, we're on the hook for it, the city of Kenora. And I'm not to suggest that we're anywhere near that ever happening, but we have to be cognizant of that, and it's carried on our books as a secured liability. So that's the reason why we're there. But do we, like, we'll have to have that discussion, but it was actually one of the better meetings I think we've had in a long time, and that there was a lot discussed. So more to come, and I think we have one that I think in the next week or so. I think we have a meeting. I'll give you the date. I think it's the 17th. So also just to let council know that I was invited to the District Chamber of Commerce. They had a meeting last night, but they had a swearing-in ceremony for their president, second vice president. There was a couple of individuals that were unable to attend in person, so they'll ask me to come back to actually swear them in at some point in time in the near future. But basically, we dubbed it as, I'm not sure it was that elaborate, but kind of the state of the city address to the chamber executive. So we had, I provide a lot of information. I provide a lot of information, not just what City Council's doing, but what staff are doing in the community and all the buzz of activity that's occurring right now. Because all you have to do is go out around, and that you're starting to see things start and projects start. So we talked about the downtown. We talked about lobbying of governments and things of that nature. And then there was, a question and answer session, but it was very good, and I think it's important that we have that connection with the Kenora Chamber of Commerce. I know it hasn't been in the past, but that's the past, and I think going forward, I know I've made a commitment, and I've invited them to council. So it's not about me always going to their meetings or a councillor. They can attend some of our meetings and provide us with some information as to what's going on. So we all agreed that all this was a good idea. It's building that relationship, which is very important going forward. So it was very interesting to attend last night. We talked about NOMA. I won't, because we'll probably have more thorough updates next week at our council meeting, but just to let you know that we did finally have our first meeting of the Kenora District Municipal Association. We haven't really had a formal meeting, but we did have one in before the NOMA conference started. Talked a lot about what the mandate, how we want to continue down the road with that organization. We're looking at kind of an all mayors council, although with some municipalities we're in favor of that, so we'll have to take a look and see what happens there. And from that meeting, just to, because not everybody was there, I guess I'm the third mayor in a row now that's a member of the NOMA board. So I was elected onto the NOMA board as a director from the Kenora district. So it's a very good group of people. Councillors, mayors, CAOs, other staff members from other municipalities, throughout that whole region. So I was able to attend my first meeting before the NOMA conference started, and then they'll be having them every 2 or 3 months. I look forward to that. I've always said, because they asked me why I would like to be, and I said, well, if you want to be heard, you need to be seen, and just there is no way around it, and that we need to be at the table, and that we're the second largest municipality in NOMA. I think we need to be represented there, so I was glad to do that. It'll be another time commitment, but I think it's well worth it. It's well worth it for all of us, not only around the council table, but the community as a whole. So I look forward to that added responsibility as we move forward throughout this term of council. So that's my report. Yes.
Can I just have a quick, I forgot about the Chamber of Commerce Home and Leisure Show, which a lot of us did a shift. Yeah, sorry, I should have mentioned that. There were lots of conversations and people were keen and good feedback. I just wanted people to know that did talk to us. We heard you, and we're going to try and work your comments into our conversations going forward. I just also wanted to ask, through the chair to the CAO, there was a binder with notes taken on people's suggestions and comments. I'm not sure what happens to that. I think people were interested in.
Clerk has it.
So then what happens with that?
Well, when she gets back, because she went away again.
So she takes that information and then what?
Well, we're gonna talk about it.
Okay.
Because I only
I just didn't know. I haven't done this before,
perused
so
some of the,
I didn't make any promises, but I just want to know what's being done with that. Thanks.
Okay, and sorry, just one last thing about that, because I kind of, this is how rumors start, and because I was approached Sunday morning, and there was 2 business people that were quite concerned, and said, at the end of the Saturday session, someone came up and seemed to have a lot of information that we don't have. About the fact that City Hall is moving to another location. So and they said, are you sure you don't? And I said, I'm pretty sure I don't know about any of this, and everybody else was kind of shocked that was there. But just to reassure people that there's never been any discussion that we've been involved in as council about moving City Hall to operations, and not because it would be one of the lamest ideas we could ever come up with and vote on here. You do not have a city hall in the outskirts of a city, and that you have it in the city center. So it makes absolutely no sense. How it was started, I have no idea. But I can assure people that we've had no engagement with regards to the relocation of City Hall to that location.
And neither have those conversations taken place at the staff level.
Well, I was going to just say that also. It's a rumor that was started by someone, and but it was quite concerning for some people there that day, and it took a lot of negotiating with them to actually let them know that it was not something that we were looking at this point in time. So, thank you. Okay, excuse me, moving on. Item 1.2, 2023 tax rates and ratios. Is that Ryan or is that Kyle? Ryan?
It's myself.
Okay.
Thank you. So the report here we have is the 2023 tax ratios and rates. The recommendation is that council hereby adopts the revenue neutral tax ratios for 2023 to indicate assessment impacts between property tax classes. The council hereby provides 3 readings to the following bylaws: a bylaw to set tax ratios and to set tax rate increases for the prescribed property tax classes and subclasses for municipal purposes for the year 2023, and a bylaw to adopt the estimates for all sums required for the year, to establish rates to be levied for the same, and to provide for penalty and interest in default of payment thereof for 2023. That in accordance with the notice by bylaw 160/2022, public notice is hereby given council's intention to set tax rate ratios for 2023 at its May 17th, 2023 meeting. Some background here, that the city of Kenora applies a revenue neutral tax ratio to distribute the tax burden proportionately between the property tax classes. This strategy ensures that residential property owners do not shoulder the burden of the increase. The following chart demonstrates the impact of the application of the 23 tax ratios as compared to the residential property tax class, with the residential class being equal to 1. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Ontario government postponed the 2020 assessment update. They have indicated that property assessments for 23 property tax year will continue to be based on the January 1st, 2016 current values. The City of Kenora requires estimated general purpose sum of $30,079,237 for 2023 as per the adopted budget. We use the provincial online property tax analysis tool to compute our tax ratios and tax rates. The detailed tax rates by property class are included as follows. Thank you.
Councillor Van Belden.
Thank you. For informational purposes, I'm not aware of the process. The differentials in tax ratios based on property class, who sets those? Is that provincially guided? I'm not sure also who to ask.
Yes. Well, there's a couple of means to set those ratios, and there is some provincial guidelines in terms of how we approach them.
And can I ask how we do it?
We use the revenue neutral tax ratio approach. So that's been a consistent approach for the city of Kenora for a number of years.
And so really there's an inputting into a system and then it kind of shakes everything out. Some of the classes have, through other legislation, have caps and whatnot, Ryan. So I believe, like for some of the classes, they can't go up over a certain amount every year, which is kind of what also creates sort of the different.
Yeah, there's specific thresholds, for instance, that you can only apply 50% of the increase. So those rules are they're prescribed through that online Opta, the tool that we use.
Okay.
So they're really built inside of there, and we kind of just input and use that tool to validate. And we have regular communications with the system administrators to ensure that we're doing it correctly.
Sorry, so it's a provincial tool that we use in order to apply the revenue neutral tax ratios. Correct? Okay, yeah. Thank you.
So we use this tool, we input our required levy amount, it'll tell us what our ratios are and what our tax rates are going to be.
Okay, thank you.
Plus.
Any other questions? I just, if I can just relinquish the chair or not. I went through the whole report. You know what I thought of because of the way I voted on the operating budget. But here's case in point. Not like I look at industrial, large industrial, and they were the biggest groups that were hit, and they're the ones who we're looking for employment. And that we can't always look to social agencies to inundate our community and have all the jobs in because if government ever cuts back, that's the first to go. But here's a case in point, and I was afraid of this when they did the alignment of the ratios. where large industrial, we have a couple of them here and that is a huge increase. I'm just making that aware, like 7.78% is a substantial increase, considering what some of these large industrial or industrial organizations are paying. So I just wanted to bring that to light. This is something that I think we need to get back out in front of it with the government. Their methodology, which is, still can't figure out about freezing assessments, makes absolutely no sense at all. And this is the result. This is what happens when they're holding everybody else back from doing something that's the fairest way of distributing taxation through, whether people believe it or not, through assessments. And so, you know, it's something I know that will be brought up more and more through some of these associations or organizations I've mentioned. And also I had a conversation with a cabinet minister yesterday, and I'll update later. And I brought this up, and that's not even the individual, it's not even close to his portfolio. And I said, this insanity can't continue, and that I don't know who's getting to them in Toronto, but they don't most of these people sitting in the legislature I don't think they understand what the impact of not doing this is. It makes it worse for people, not better. So anyways, I just wanted to make a couple of those points. Thank you.
I never get these. This is fun.
It's just a test. Emergency alert.
I never get them.
Any other questions then? So this will come forward next week, next Wednesday, to the regular council meeting with a recommendation. So thanks. Right. Moving on, 1.3, 2023 BIZ Levy.
So I have that one as well. Thank you. So the report here is the BIZ Levy request for 2023. Recommendation is that council hereby approves the Harbour Town Centre Business Improvement Board budget request in the amount of $44,653.37 for 2023. The council gives 3 readings to a bylaw to adopt the estimates for funds to be raised for 23 on behalf of the Harbour Town Centre Business Improvement Board, and further that in accordance with bylaw number 160/2022, public notice is hereby given that council intends to formally adopt the 23 Business Improvement Board levy at its May 17th meeting. As background, in 2003, under bylaw 166/2003, the city of Kenora established an improvement area for the purpose of the improvement, beautification, and maintenance of municipally owned lands, buildings, and structures in the area. Beyond such improvement, beautification, and maintenance as is provided at the expense of the municipality at large, and the promotion of the area as a business or shopping area. In this same bylaw, the city established Board of Management known as the Harbour Town Centre Business Improvement Board in section 204 of the Municipal Act 2001. This board and area are often known as the BIZ. BIZ has submitted their 2023 levy request for council approval along with their 2022 revenue and expense report and their annual general meeting minutes. The BIZ has submitted their 23 levy request for council approval and to be included in the 23 final tax bill. For 2023, this represents a BIZ request of $44,653.37. Attached was a detailed levy request for council approval.
Any questions of Councilor?
I just, their budget didn't really speak to what act, I know it touched on what they're planning to do with it, but we learned about a new event that they're undertaking through Councilor Bruni, and I understand these people are all active and busy business people trying to just run their business coming out of COVID, and so asking them to do more is a lot. But I appreciate what they're already doing, and the more that we can animate the downtown, I think the better for all of us. And they have some challenges ahead, but I hope we can support them any way that they need our support.
Any other Okay, and again, that'll come forth next
Correct.
week's meeting with a resolution or recommendation. 1.4, bail reform advocacy.
Kelly? Sorry. No, sorry, do you want me to check? Okay, sorry. Sorry, Heather's not here. She's just out of training. So I think the report is pretty straightforward. This is something that the Federation of Northern Ontario Municipalities has been advocating for, and so this is really just consistent with our desire to support other municipalities in looking for bail reforms. I don't think there's really much more that I have to add unless anyone has questions about specific wording. Councillor Beth.
I'm just wondering sort of procedurally why this report is coming through staff. It seems strategic in nature, and why this wouldn't have been brought through like a notice of motion of council. Is it just?
Because it's supporting Phenom. It's a resolution through another organization.
So it's.
So it was sent to the clerk to put it on the
agenda?
Yeah.
And
So we're not, why create the wheel, like, it's already
No, I'm
there,
just
so-
wondering, like, procedurally,
Process, yeah.
like, yeah, so going forward, what is, if things like this are gonna come through staff, should it, I was just wondering, because it seemed like it's strategic in nature, adopting this. There's not actually any operational things, you know, coming from adopting this resolution, right?
So staff is going to bring forward strategic resolutions from time to time. I would say there's not a perfect answer here. If this had come through council,
Yeah.
certainly, you know, we would, you know, go through the process. On the notice of motion, as you know, there's a bit of a lag. There's a 1 month lag. So, you know, this is not uncommon. This is consistent with past practice, particularly when we see either a NOMA or a KDMA or Phonom in this case, FCM, when those types of resolutions come through, we just put them in front of council and give you an opportunity to deliberate on the issue at hand.
Okay, and then we did have another question. But it is around the, I had enough time to do like a little bit of research on the Federation of Northern Ontario Municipalities. So I understand that this is a Northern Ontario Municipalities group. I was just wondering if anyone, and maybe this is a better question for the clerk since she had the information, but has there been any community consultation in regards to our area specifically? I just wonder if sometimes with these bail reform things, which is something that I did bring up at our Kenora Police Service meeting, is that they have a Southern Ontario or a lens that's not necessarily applicable to the needs of our community. So I was just wondering if there's any actual like consultation specific to us being, you know, the justice hub for the area and the impacts that we see specifically in our community.
Yeah, so there has not been any consultation that we're aware of, Councillor Van Bellingham. I believe this conference, it was either last week or the same week that we were in Thunder Bay for NOMA. So it's really just generated out of that conference, I believe was in Perry Sound.
Councillor Chase.
Thank you, Your Worship. Directed to Kyle through you, just in terms of wording and sort of following up with Councillor Van Bellingham's questions about sort of local consultation. One of my concerns specifically relates to the wording about gun-related charges. I was wondering if, you know, it should be more weapons-related charges for assaults. I have serious concerns about dangerous individuals in our streets walking around with weapons. I'm honestly not as concerned about a firearm as I am about getting stabbed or getting attacked with a blunt instrument. So I'm just wondering if that could maybe be taken back to this Phonom group in terms of a suggestion on wording that it should be considered for all weapons-related charges, not just gun-related charges. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So Heather will be here next week, so we can make amendments at that time as well before council actually votes on the resolution.
Thank you.
But I've made a note here and I will have that conversation.
Councillor Byrne.
Yeah, just a comment, and I agree with Councillor Chase 100%. And I'm really glad to see that there's a groundswell of support for bail reform. I think it can probably be even more comprehensive, and we never want to, listening in the news today, it's the anniversary of the bank robbery in Kenora, where Robert blew himself up, and so we can never say it can't happen to me or it can't happen in my community. Thank God something like drastic hasn't happened or something deadly hasn't happened. But I bring everybody's attention to the stabbing that just happened in Edmonton. A 35-year-old woman and her 11-year-old daughter were stabbed to death. Totally unprovoked stabbing attack at a school. And the individual that was the accused, he's on life support, he was He was encountered by police after leaving the scene and shot. Long history of criminal activity, a long criminal record. In fact, he had serious violent offenses. You can find this anywhere online. Most recently, the charge, it was a violent attack. I think he threw a scooter at somebody and assaulted them. It was not held in custody, and the charges were later stayed. This individual had, as I said, a long history of criminal activity. He was charged in 2000 in Winnipeg. Like that's in our on our back door. And I think it's fair to say there are a lot of individuals roaming the streets of Kenora that have been released with similar backgrounds, similar criminal backgrounds, violent history, unmedicated mental health issues. They're refusing treatment. So I think we have to be very cognizant of this, and bail reform, comprehensive bail reform, is a way that we can address this. It's a sad day when an innocent mother and her daughter lose their life because of a serial offender that should be locked up, should have been in jail long ago. So I think this is something I wholeheartedly support. I think the community would be strongly behind us for supporting this resolution as well. So just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Moncrief.
I just wanted to piggyback onto that. A lot of the, it's anecdotal, I haven't had a chance to gather any stats on it, but one of the comments made in this is a small percentage of those affected by addiction are committing crimes. I think it's important to note that many and people I know personally have said that the only way that they could have any success with their interrupting their cycle of addiction was through a forensic intervention, such as some time spent incarcerated and or held in a hospital or kept under watch. So I think, again, piggybacking on what Councillor Brady said, this is really important tonight. I'm happy to support it.
Councillor Van Bellingham.
So I think my crux with asking around consultation in our community is that I go back to the human resource piece of whether we have the capacity to accomplish. The wording in this does say at the end that address community safety challenges and improve perceptions of safety. This is, to me, because it's so broad, because it's not something that's been done with consultation in our community, to me it doesn't have a lot of specific teeth for our community. It feels like we're just sort of showing, we're like sort of just showing the community that we're doing this because we feel like people want us to do it without doing it in a way that's going to have the actual impacts in our community that are specific to their needs. Because my biggest question about this is, so even if, again, I'm not a justice expert or anything, but even if you have someone who's do we have the human resources to even have them accomplish those things if they've been arrested or held or anything like that? And there's not a question at the end of that, I guess. I just wanted to say that I'm not pro or con on this by any means. I just prefer these things to come from a Kenora lens because this is our municipality and this is the area that we need to focus on.
Well, we could support this as well as doing our own letter.
So typically with these types of situations, there's powers in numbers, right? So right now, there's a strong desire to get a groundswell of support from a large number of municipalities to demonstrate to the federal government that this is a serious issue that they need to pay attention to. Typically, that leads to these types of form resolutions that all municipalities are adopting together to ensure that there's not a lot of deviation between what the municipalities are asking. If you'd like, Councillor Van Bellingham, we can certainly add something to the list of 4 here with regards to ensuring that financial resources are put into these programs to ensure that they're properly resourced. I don't see any downside to that. This is just not atypical to what we would see with these types of resolutions as they come forward. So if you want to, talk some more about making an amendment to that next week, we're certainly happy to support you in doing that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just gonna really quick. Yeah, so just in what the CEO said, and I'd just be very careful about looking for more financial resources, because we're starting a groundswell in this community. We want these organizations to start telling us with our tax dollars what they're doing. Because when you talk to other levels of government, they'll tell you, Kenora, oh, you get millions of dollars for this, this, and this. What is being done with those millions and millions of dollars? And I'm not begrudging or going out against any organization. We have a right to be help. They have a right to be accountable to the taxpayers of this country and this province and this community. What's being done with this money? Are they measuring? How are they measuring any of their deliverables or their successes? We have to do it as a corporation of the city of Kenora for every nickel that we spend, and I think we need to start really pressing to organizations also, whether they like it or not, because there's lots of money in this, and how it's being divvied up is one of the problems as to why things aren't working. Now, if there was a pooling of money or a pooling of intellect around some of these issues, maybe we could get something done in this community and that. But asking for money when maybe the money's already there is a dangerous thing to do, because they can throw it back in our face and say the money is, and they tell us that. It's about having these organizations not just getting money. What are they doing with their mandate, and how are they affecting change and helping us in the community? And that's the message I'm sending as one elected representative around this council. So thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a follow-up, I wonder if maybe there's an opportunity within our Crime Prevention and Community Safety Committee to take some of the voices at that table, which are representative of some of the organizations you're referencing, to talk about sort of a permission gathering, if that's what's needed, to lump together funding to, instead of maybe organizations only safeguarding their own funding dollars, how can we collaborate so that we can actually see the results of the things that we're having challenges with? Just wondering if that might be one avenue where we can talk about the funding we already get and how we can use it more efficiently for things like this.
Any other questions? So I'm assuming with some modifications, or if this will possibly come forth next.
So what I would encourage any councillor that's interested in is to make notes of the changes that you'd like to see. We can amend that resolution next week at the council meeting, and then you'll vote on the amended motion, and we'll go through that amended motion process. Okay.
Thanks. So moving on, 5.1 Municipal Milestone Retirement Policy. So, Roberta.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So this policy is here before you today. We rescinded this policy in 2022 to ensure a review in alignment with CRA, or Canada Revenue Agency. This policy does form part of our city's comprehensive policy manual, and that's why it's here before you today, because there is a bylaw that adds or amends to that policy. So the purpose of this policy is really about how we recognize all employees for their years of service and to celebrate retirements as they happen across the city of Kenora. This policy does apply to full-time, regular, full-time and part-time regular employees who are both celebrating a milestone as identified in the policy at those 5-year increments, or retiring from the organizational service. In terms of some of the modifications to the policy, you will now note that the manner in which any type of milestone award is given out is in line with CRA, so it is a taxable benefit, and that was really one of the main changes. It will appear on an employee's T4, as well as more structure around retirement. And I think this is an important piece of information as we go to plan for staff replacement having more sufficient notice around employees' intention to retire is very important. Because we know recruitments take a period of time. Also, employees have different types of entitlements, and the way in which they choose to use those entitlements are very important to ensure that we can have continuous service delivery and we have an understanding. So this policy does put some structure around that process so that we can be ready and prepared organizationally to support both the employee and the organization.
Councillor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Robert, I just was curious why the shift to like a cash, a taxable award versus something that would be non-taxable. I know that there was some iterations of this where they would receive items versus.
Yeah, so, in the event that an employer gives immaterial item, sweatshirt, let's say, those items are non-taxable. When you start the way in which the policy was previously administered was employees were going and selecting a gift of choice and bringing a receipt. That does not meet the test in terms of CRA. So, instead of the employee still doing the same thing and going and having the receipt and us providing the benefit from the administration side of things, it's the same net end. The award is established at a set rate. The rates have not changed. It is just given to the employee and they can go out without having to actually provide us a receipt of how they chose to spend that money. Also want to acknowledge that sometimes that award, they may not need that gift at that point in time, and sometimes that award could actually go to something that they really do need. So we are not here to judge or pass any type of review over how they choose to spend that award. We're just here to recognize their milestone.
Yeah, for sure. Just wanted to understand.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you. So that'll come forth again next Wednesday with a recommendation to adopt. Thank you very much. And I think you're on next again too, Robert.
So this is the quarterly report for Human Resources. I know you've all had an opportunity to read through the quarterly report. I wanted to be available to answer any questions that you may have or any items that you'd like me to dive into and highlight a little bit more.
Councillor Van Dyne.
The only one that I just thought was worth maybe highlighting from a public knowledge is just maybe around the workforce planning and some of the successes, in my opinion, that are there.
Absolutely. We've been working really hard together with our leaders, one, to review what's required of our jobs, how we're refreshing our jobs, what we're looking for, and really that has helped us be able to attract. And so, the level of attraction that we've had over the past couple of years I think has been significant. We're starting to see a bit of a buzz. We're starting to get multiple people coming and applying to our jobs. That is helpful. Definitely, as a community member, we want to grow our population of our community. We want to welcome people back home. We want to welcome families, and we know that we do that one employee at a time because they often come with other individuals. Part of our process has also been looking at the accessibility of our jobs. The City of Kenora has a policy which will be coming forward as a rescind and an adjustment, where we put a couple of barriers to employment, such as grade 12 or a driver's license. The nature of our work is not such that those would be bona fide requirements. And actually, when we took a look across the board at our labor market here in Kenora, there were many individuals that just were not able to access employment with the city because of those barriers. And I'll use one example of a heavy equipment operator. Somebody who has been operating with 25 years experience in that trade with skilled finesse abilities of being able to operate equipment, who may not have graduated from grade 12, may have graduated or finished school at grade 10, but can read, write, complete the reports, and operate with a skill level that helps our service delivery. Those were the individuals that we were trying to not have prevented from applying for work, but rather really be seen as valuable members in our community that have skills that are very relevant. As a result of that, and through QP, our partnership with our QP Association, we were able to modify some of the requirements through that collaborative process, which saw a number of individuals now become eligible to apply for our work. The seasonal component is part of that process, so not only are we bringing on people for full-time or permanent roles, but also in a seasonal capacity to be able to offset or offer employment that complements somebody's natural employment with some of our local construction companies, or maybe in the wintertime, those staffing levels reduce where our staffing levels pick up as a result of our snow clearing. So just some strategies that we use to really tailor our employment to not only meet our service needs, but also to meet the needs of those in our community.
Any other? Did you want to, were you okay with that then? It's probably a good way to.
This is the new,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, why is that first? I really, we took the approach with the quarterly reports to align to our strategic plan, and to demonstrate how every day that strategic plan is used in the way in which we plan, think about our work, and the strategies that we move forward. We've demonstrated that hopefully in a number of different ways throughout the report. And we've tried to include metrics that I think are important for you as members of council to know that the city administration is taking seriously and actually have programs and services to address them. So I point to the safety and well-being stats. In those stats, this is a way we track, trend, report on types of incidents that we have in the workplace so that we can better align our services and supports. You'll see in the Q2, it's a little foreshadow, we've actually been able to focus on bringing in a skill set through an intern around occupational ergonomics and looking at some of those individuals that maybe have more permanent restriction as a result of injury or repetitive nature injuries. How do we then structure the work in a real material way that helps that individual stay at work and helps that individual contribute as a member of their team in a way that they feel valued and there's meaningful work attached to that. So those are some of examples in which we continue to monitor and adjust our services.
Councillor.
How has the uptake been on the LinkedIn Learning? And what kind of courses are they? They look brief. Some of them look, well, you said 10 minutes to hours. I just wondered what the...
Yeah, as when we first started out, and again, this is a partnership that is done in consultation with our library. So Crystal, LTOC, and Human Resources work together to purchase this software. LinkedIn Learning is huge. It actually was lynda.com before, if anyone remembered that. But anyway, it's a variety of different types of just-in-time learning. In the very first year, we had we were using it more as support. So a leader would come in and say, we're going to have a difficult conversation. And we'd talk about that scripting, but we'd also recommend a course that gave them a little bit more of a skill building and an opportunity to do that. This year, we've had a number of leaders have expressed interest in Excel training or Outlook training. And so the benefit of this type of learning is we can give them bite-sized chunks of exactly what they want to do, so that they can run the learning and work on their computer at the same time. And we found that we've got most positive feedback around those elements because it's not a rush. They can pause, they can rewind, they can go back and really set in that learning. The one thing that we are looking at as a result of LinkedIn Learning is is there a natural progression that we would tack on to some of the learning that's happening inside that would add another skill level? So for example, we talk about nonviolent or dealing with difficult people. Is there other types of courses that we would want to work in that would further that skill or ability or help somebody develop that competency? So we're actively looking and reviewing, and every day there's more content added, which gives us a lot of opportunity to add variety to some of the learning. uptake, I don't have stats because those are personal stats. So everybody who has a library card, that goes back to their own record, but anecdotally, the uptake is grown as people are commonly coming forward and saying, like our leaders are saying, hey, I took this course, is there anything else? So I think it's positive.
Any other questions? Thank you. And again, there will be a recommendation coming forth at the next week's council meeting to accept that. 7.1 corporate, was Heather, are you taking that one on? Or?
Speak to most parts of that.
Okay.
So I do oversee the customer service team, which is part of the corporate services division here. So I can speak to my points. In the report, we've had a lot of successes in Q1, particularly with Goal 4.1 to modernize city service provision and improve customer services. So that has been a very large focus of ours in the customer service department. So a little bit of background for council, the team does consist of 4 customer service representatives. However, as we know in a municipality, customer service does extend much past just a customer service team directly. So one of our wins this Q has been we were selected as one of 6 municipalities to participate in provincial online marriage license pilot program. So here at the city, we issue marriage licenses on the regular. We do see a large number of people coming from Manitoba or down through the states who are looking to get married within the municipality. So we issue those marriage licenses. Prior to this program, it is a bit of a historic way, a lot of paperwork involved in that, so that presents challenges to non-residents coming to the area. So through the pilot program, it allows people to apply online as well as submit all of their documentation that's required to obtain a marriage license through this new program. So we have had a lot of successes with the program, and it's something that the province is looking to grow on. So we're working with them on improvements, different things like that we are seeing. Another thing that we're very excited about is the citywide program that we are using. So this is a program that primarily the customer service team is using anytime they have a call or inquiry that isn't first call resolution. Those calls are all logged through our service requests. So often we'll see if there's a snowstorm, there's requests for snow plowing, different things like that. But as you can see in the report, there's a wide variety of customer requests that are logged through this program. So we're able to extract some really great data to see what call drivers are and work on focus areas along with our communications team to put out different information to customers. As well as this program also ties in with our asset management. So we're able to zone in and see if there's particular areas where there's a lot of water and sewer requests or roads issues. The asset management module is able to zone in on that and see where specifically throughout the municipality our problem areas are. And as part of that, we launched our citizen request portal. So this was done as a bit of a soft launch because council will see we are going to be coming forward with a revised customer service standards policy, as well as a complaint process policy. So we've done a little bit of a soft launch just to see what uptake has been, what type of requests we're getting, to see if there's some negative requests and how those would be handled, things like that. But overall, it has been incredibly successful. So of all of our request types, we have launched 29 available to the public at this time, and you will see many more added to that list as the program itself grows. So when a citizen goes on, and you'll see the link included throughout the report in the agenda, but residents and visitors are able to go on and log, so specifically a request for service. Has your garbage been missed? Let us know. That's something that we're able to receive that notification. It goes directly to the transfer station, and they're able to handle that request for service. We are also using that citywide program as well for our water delivery service. So this water delivery service has had a few changes. As of January 3rd, we went to a 5-day-a-week operation. Previously, it was 3 days a week. So now we're offering it as 5-day-a-week service. Previously, customers would call and leave a voicemail with their request. Now they're directed to call 467-2000, which is our main line. They're speaking to a live agent and logging those requests. And then on the flip side, we've been working with the Water and Sewer Department. Their driver is able to live update when they're out in the field. So they can report their chlorine residuals, how much water was delivered, and the time that they were at that address. When they close out that ticket, it then sends a push notification to our billing representatives that are able to log that for billing purposes for that month. So there's been lots of exciting things in customer service with that particular program. As well as you'll see that the enforcement services is also using that as well. So we've worked with the bylaw team to set up their module for any types of requests or complaints that they are receiving. And the officers are able to update, same thing, notes when they've attended a property or when a dog has been put into the pound, things like that. And that is now like a tracking device for them. So we're very excited about the program, and you'll see there's lots more to come on that as well. And I think there's also highlights of communications. I won't go on too much about those, but we do work quite closely, customer service, with our communications clerk, just to ensure that when we are seeing call drivers, that we're pushing out any types of concerns or things like that that we are hearing of.
I think Councillor Madsen and Councillor Koch.
I have two questions. Request for service, when they ask for something to be done, is it then coded that it has been done?
Yes.
And is there a follow-up with the customer?
So it is closed out, so we can always see the chain of if it's in progress and then when it does get closed out. And then those are kept in historical records, so we are able to go back and see what an issue was at a particular address or things like that. It often depends, so customer follow-up, yes, depending on the type of a request. So similar, a pothole request, something like that, often a request isn't, or pardon me, a follow-up isn't needed other than seeing the pothole being filled. If it's, specific questions, anything like that, then yes, it would be up to that department to provide that information.
Thank you. Second question is our communication report. Any update?
We're just going back and forth with the consultant right now, Councillor Manson, so I hope that we'll have that in front of you. We're a little bit at the mercy of the consultant and their schedule right now.
So no time frame?
No later than July.
Thank you. I just wondered about if you had a timeline for the sort of bigger, splashier launch for the online portal and the policies you referenced that will come forward.
We're hoping to see it come forward in June, but I would probably say no later than July for sure, but next month we hope.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Thanks, Kelly. So again, this will come before council with a recommendation to accept or approve, or accept, I guess. Yeah, I guess if there's any other questions, and that maybe just send them off to Heather via email or whatever. If there's anything that you feel that you wanted to ask Heather about the report that maybe Kelly hasn't dealt with here. So anyways, we'll leave it at that. So I'm going to throw this out. It's 12:30 already. We have in public here, we probably have another couple hours. So I'm just wondering if we want to just suspend the meeting for like 15 or 20 minutes, have something to eat, get up and stretch, and then get right back into it, please.
Yes.
But no more than like 20 minutes, good?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we're not here for supper also? Okay, thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're going to continue on with the Committee of the Whole meeting. We're in item number 2 now, Fire and Emergency Services, so 2.1, Fire Services Master Plan. Chief?
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. I'm hoping that through the documentations that you've provided and the 2 virtual presentations from BEHR Consulting, you kind of have an idea of the master fire plan and where the department is today and maybe what our vision is over the next 3 to 5 years. So the request in front of you is that council adopts a master fire service plan completed by the consultant BEHR Solutions. And I guess the only other real paragraph of probably just for clarification is any fiscal needs will be submitted to council as part of the annual budget process for consideration. Staff will continue to progress the recommendations to council as part of a long-term implementation plan. So I guess I've talked to the CAO. This is kind of a 3 to 5 year work plan for myself, dealing with Kyle, HR, and finance, and bring the recommendations to council. Ultimately, who's responsible for the level of service we provide to the municipality, and then, you know, the costs associated with providing that level of service.
Okay, any questions of Chief? No? Very good report. I think we spoke about, like, the first time that it was presented, we had the discussion after, following that. How do you see this role? Like, are you going to break it into those, whatever the timeline is, if it's 2 to 5 years or whatever? You know, is there something that's going to happen in this year that maybe doesn't necessarily have a huge budget consideration? And then second, third, like, you're going to break it into X number of years, and then lay out what you're looking for in those years? Like, how is this going to implement it? Because there's huge financial considerations in here, huge.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I think I envision a few things. So there's a few things that have already been completed that were recommended in the plan that, you know, are more operational or more administrative. You spoke, Your Worship, at the last presentation about a 10 or 15 year forecast for the capital. So I've been working on that. I have a meeting with finance next week. I hope to bring that forward to council just to kind of see the plan. And in my vision, because everything's kind of tied to budget, is to sit down with HR and to sit down with finance and kind of build out the knowns. The unknowns are going to be when I come to council and say, you know, here's the level of service we currently provide. Here are your options to consider that, you know, whether we should be in the business of this service or whether we should not. And if we ultimately decide, Your Worship, we should be, here's the financial implications to certify. So the fire marshal, as you know, the province implemented mandatory certification, so all of our staff have to be signed off by, you know, an evaluator, etc. And that, you know, fortunately or not, costs money. So it takes the liability away from, you know, the department because they're signed off to a certain level. But those are decisions that will, like, as you say, will have financial implications, and we'll bring them forward to council and, you know, have the discussion and ultimately take direction from yourself.
Well, from all of us.
Sorry, yourself and council.
Don't put it all on me.
These fire guys are all about the chain of command.
Anyways, thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Again, so that will come forth next week at the regular council meeting to receive that report. Thank you. Moving on, 2.2, I think it's your show again.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm assuming that the budget deliberations into the end of 2001 were to replace a current pumper apparatus we have with a tanker. So that was approved as part of the 2022 budget process. The former chief, Kent Redmond, spoke to the manufacturers at that time, and with supply chain issues, etc., they told him not even to put an RFP out because they wouldn't bid on it because they can't get a chassis or they can't get the parts, etc. So supply chain is not much better, but it is better. So in talking with the CAO, I requested to put the RFP out and get the process moving forward. Firstly, because we need the truck, and secondly, things are only getting more expensive. So the request before you today is for an additional, I hate to say this number out loud, $95,942. And that is the lowest bid that came in from Fort Garry Fire Trucks in Winnipeg to purchase a new tanker truck.
Any questions of, well, that's the reality now, right?
Unfortunately, Your Worship, you won't like me when I provide you the forecast of how much trucks are worth in the future.
Any other questions of Chief? No? Okay, thank you. Again, this will come forth as a recommendation next week at the regular council meeting, so thank you. One more report.
One more, sir, thank you. So again, to Your Worship and Councillor, this is just a quarterly report. The fire department, the fire service has obligations to report to the mayor and councillor statistics. So this is something that we would do typically, and we've kind of changed the format as per what the leadership team talked about and Roberta expressed already. So I'll be happy to answer any questions about our quarterly report if anyone has any.
Any good? No, it's very, very, very good. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chief. So moving on to engineering and infrastructure. So 3.1, we have budget amendment, 2023 municipal line painting contract.
Dave's here to speak to that. Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm just going to read the recommendation verbatim. That council hereby accepts the tender submission from Northwest Lines to complete the municipal street line painting contract in the amount of $350,000 excluding HST, and further that council hereby approve an additional $124,900 to be funded from the roads reserve to complete the 2023 municipal line painting and marking contract, and further that in accordance with notice of bylaw, public notice is hereby given that council intends to amend its 2023 operating capital budget at the May 17th meeting to withdraw funds from the roads reserve in the amount of $124,900 to offset the cost of this purchase, and further that council will give 3 readings to the bylaw. So some background on the report. So this is line painting. It's the contract to paint all the city streets, parking lots within the city of Kenora. And excuse me. In 2022, in order to minimize the annual spending on line painting, what we actually did is we really looked at it and said, okay, where do we require lines? Some are regulated, some are safety, some are instruction. And then we also alternated parking lots. So members of council might remember that parking lots typically don't get the wear and tear as others. So we've alternated them to save budget. And then in early 2023, the tender for our 2023 municipal paving program closed, and we came in under budget in that program. So the savings from this program exceeded the additional budget needed to award the line painting contract, and would therefore be reallocated to the roads reserve prior to being reallocated to the operating budget. So we're seeing some savings elsewhere within the department to kind of offset that $124,900 from the reserves.
So just to clarify, we're not increasing the budget, we're just reallocating from one area to another.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you.
Did you have a question? So I do, so I'm going to relinquish the chair. Even though this was for the painting, not the municipal paving program, kind of, that's what caught my attention. So were we looking to do more this year with being under budget, or was it just rolling back into reserves?
So we're currently in negotiations with the 2 contractors that have our major contracts, the sewer, water, and municipal paving contracts, to extend the scope to include some areas that we identified, advance some areas that we identified in the 5-year and 3-year capital plans. So we're in those discussions right now. I guess in advance, the area is First Avenue South by the Bannister Center to the Safeway intersection, and then another location on 5th Street South, so the more
Far west.
westerly side of it.
Towards
We don't have a lot of sewer and water infrastructure there, so we're looking at an opportunity to repave a lot of that area as well. So the 2 streets that I'm sure we all know need it desperately.
So with the savings from the tender closing, we can accomplish all of that and still do this reallocation without increasing the budget.
We received very competitive pricing this year from our local contractors.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to dig in a little bit more on that. So you recall a couple of years ago, we did that piece on First up to the Blue Heron property, and at the time, Dave, we held off, and I'm on the record on this, so right, we held off because there was some development at Blue Heron. So why the decision to move forward with that area now?
The pavement condition is severely deteriorating there now, and kind of the impact to the users of the infrastructure weighed against. You know, it would be a cut in the street. Yeah, it would be a scratch on the shiny new car if the Blue Heron were to show up next year and develop, but they would have to dig and connect their sewer and water services. So it would be unfortunate, but at this stage, you know, that's what we're up against. So.
Are the bicycle motifs that are on the road, are
Yes.
they part of line painting?
They are.
Okay.
So those are done biannually as well. We do half the city, the other half.
Oh, good, thank you.
Any other questions?
No. Yes.
Yes or no?
Sorry. Later.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Moving on to 3.2, accessible parking addition, Moncrief Construction Sports Center.
So this is the first time that council would have seen a bylaw parking amendment. So for the newer councilors, the traffic regulation and bylaw is basically the document where if there's a speed limit on a road, there's a school zone, there's a stop sign, there's an accessible parking spot, whether it be at Walmart or on our streets, it allows our bylaw officers to enforce that. So every time where we add parking, take parking away, remove a stop sign, you'll see something come forward here to amend that bylaw. So that's what these next 2 reports are, and I just kind of wanted to get that out before I get into the details. So this report is a request from administration at the Recreation Center to add 2 accessible parking spots at the front of the Moncrief Construction Sports Center. And the gist of this report is exactly that, adding 2 accessible spots. They'll be to the AOD, Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act standards, and that would be included in our line painting contract. Yes.
I'm not sure if you're aware, but I'm pretty sure you are. They're blocking off, one of the tenants in the rec center is blocking off sites that are dedicated to people who are receiving physio treatments.
Mhm.
Are those enforced by bylaw? Or how is that? The
They are-
signs are staying up well after the physio department is closed.
Mhm.
And so I'm just wondering whose spots are they and what's the deal?
I can't answer that with any certainty right now. So it's something.
I can answer that.
Okay.
So technically speaking, there is no real enforcement that you can have on these spots. It's more of a courtesy spot that we expect our patrons to respect. And then within the evening, you know, it's really open to anyone, but we do ask our patrons to respect the physio being there.
Okay, I just wondered, it was on the weekend when the
Yeah.
physio was closed, and I wondered why they were still being held.
Yeah,
The
for sure.
signs come up and down, can they take them up and down?
I would have to look into that. I would have to see the viability behind that. It might be labor intensive, so I can look into it.
Okay, not you, maybe it's their sign, right? It's not your sign.
The city side.
Are there hours on there?
I don't believe so.
That might be
But we can look into that for sure.
Thanks.
Oh, Councillor Koch.
How many spots do we lose as a result of resizing for the accessible spots?
The way it's gonna work is we'll lose one regular parking spot on that row, and that row will be a little bit wider. And we're starting with 2. It was actually Andrew who brought the request forward. He noticed that all the accessible spots are full with the current number there, so it's a, you know.
Oh yeah, I
it's
just wondered,
perspective.
yeah, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, so again, that'll come forth with a recommendation to next week's council meeting. So moving on to 3.3, accessible parking removal, Knox United Church. So is that you again, Dave?
Yes. So I'm just going to read the background. In 2019, the Knox United Church actually put forward a request to the city requesting additional accessible parking spaces to better serve their user base. The city obliged with the addition of 2 accessible spaces on 2nd Street South on the north side of the street, so right in front of their building there. Earlier this year, the Knox United Church administration has requested the removal of 1 space fronting 2nd Street South to better serve their operations. An unforeseen consequence of adding accessible parking was the limitation of anybody being able to pull in and deliver, whether it's a service provider, somebody picking up, dropping off people, equipment, whatever it might be. And the accessible parking designation prevents that. So you can't park in an accessible parking spot. And 1 accessible parking space fronting the westbound lane of 2nd Street South, approximately 11 meters west of the 5th Ave intersection, is proposed to be changed from an accessible designation to a 15-minute waiting anytime designation under the traffic bylaw. That's what it was originally before they were switched to accessible parking spots. If you look at the map, you can see what I'm referring to there as well.
Any questions? Councilor?
Do we have an obligation to bring it to the accessibility advisory committee, or? I don't know what the terms are.
Yeah,
It will
It's
be
an-
brought as a information
Information.
piece to the group.
That's what I wondered. Thanks.
The only other thing that I would add, Councillor Moncrief, is we have heard from the Accessibility Advisory Committee, about concerns about parking. So the administration is actively investigating some alternate locations in the Harbour Town Centre. It's a little bit of a tight squeeze, but we're actively having conversations. I understand that this is sort of a net one loss, so we're continuing to explore.
Yeah, okay.
any other questions? Okay, thanks, Dave. So again, that'll come forth with a recommendation to next week's council meeting. 3.4, the Q1 department report.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship.
That's to you, Rick?
Yeah, you bet. Send out the report. You all had a chance to have a look at it there. I won't go through all the details in there. I just wanted to highlight one major item, and it's the first item on the report relating to the asphalt recycler that we've actually just taken possession of here at the city. So the asphalt recycler is really a game changer for our potholing program, and I like to touch on the potholing because I know that all of you as councillors, and I'm sure yourself, Mayor, hear a little bit about it every spring from our residents. So this is going to allow us to.
Did you invent that word?
I'm sorry?
Potholing?
No, I did not invent that.
I've never seen it in Word.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Anyway, so in the first quarter, we started talking with support from engineering, specifically Dave, on strategies to improve our potholing works. And so now that we have this asphalt recycler, we can actually take the asphalt that's been pulled out during our annual paving projects, put it into this machine, it spins it up, breaks it down, reheats it, we add some oil, and then we can actually put out ourselves hot asphalt onto the roads. And so the strategy going forward, the intention is that we're going to identify areas that will become problems in future years and tackle them as preventative maintenance in the late summer and the fall in the previous year. And we'll do that by, doing larger cutouts, getting the base properly compacted, putting bonding agent, putting the hot asphalt in and sealing to make sure that we have a really good water seal so that the water over the winter can't get in there and start breaking it up as easily as it would is if you just went in and put a patch like, what is currently happening. Yeah.
Has your asphalt potholing started yet?
We've been potholing since March, and we've actually, when it became a real hot topic, we actually dedicated 3 full-time crews to filling potholes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good. The recycler is in use though. They've used it yesterday and today. I saw it driving down the street. If you see the city vehicle towing the big yellow trailer, that's the asphalt recycling moving around.
Good to hear. Thank you.
We should have a name the pothole.
Yeah.
Somebody will make
And Kelly, any pothole concerns? Can you just remind everybody how to address those or where to forward?
Yeah, so through the website there is the citizen request portal, as well as we have the pothole hotline, which I will just confirm that number for you.
72334.
Like a jingle.
What is it?
467-233-233. So for pothole reporting, you can contact us as well at 467-2000. And the pothole hotline number is
467-2334.
as well as through our website at www.kenora.ca.
Thank you. Councilor.
Yes, through the chair with respect. Are you finished? Are you gonna go through the whole?
I'm not going to go through the whole.
Okay, so McLeod Park, problematic sign. Can you address that?
I'm going to let Stace touch it.
Yeah, we did have the architect come out and have a look at things. The solution that we've landed on is we're going to take those blue letters, we're going to paint them white. We think that that's going to solve the problem.
Great.
It will for us, but for certain people it won't.
Yeah, the interesting thing, I think I mentioned this to Kyle, if you look at an airplane from a quality control perspective and you want to rate the level of painting that's taken place, you don't do it from 5 feet away, you do it from a certain distance away. So like a sign works from a certain distance away and not right in close proximity.
And I tested that a couple weeks ago, and it's true. The airplanes don't look that good for
Councilor Rebellion.
I'm not sure if this report or maybe yours, Director Tanner, is around it was around McLeod Park and Central Park. I had questions around, is there going to be fencing? Can we speak to fencing around those park areas? I'm just wondering if this is something that has been as a consideration as a person with a child who is a runner. I think about Central Park being all those roads around.
I can speak to that.
And obviously McLeod Park with the highway and the water and that kind of stuff. I know I had a mom group the other day, we were just talking about the huge benefit of having a space enclosed, not for keeping people out, but for keeping people in, from a safety perspective.
Yeah, so there's 3 scopes of work related to Central Park. One is the community club itself and the outdoor rink. Then we got the funding for the playground, and then we're hoping to get funding for some other green works and that sort of thing. I can say in all 3 scopes of work, fencing is not part of that. And I would also say that for McLeod Park, fencing is not part of the scope of work for that.
So as a follow-up, if this is something that we wanted to address, it would be like, I don't know, a notice of motion and budget consideration, or what would be something to look at this as a,
I'm going to make a note, and we're going to get some quotes, and we can have a conversation around budget time.
Okay.
On all, or just
I think
McLeod
just
Park?
those two, personally, but I don't know. I mean, it's not up to me.
Yeah, we can have a longer conversation about it. I mean, fencing is surprisingly expensive. So just, could I take that backstory? That's I had a close call with my runner children as well at that intersection by McLeod. So happy to just let us have a conversation, and we'll have bring it back maybe to the next meeting. And there's going to be a couple opportunities for council to weigh on budget before we sit down to really get into the nitty gritty with the documents in front of you. So.
Councillor Moore.
I can leave it till then, I was gonna bring up friendly fencing, like shrubs and rather than the fence, so we can talk about that later. I don't like.
Do you want to talk about that thing we heard back just this week? Because
Sure. We did hear from FedNor that 2 of the applications that we had applied for, both were turned down. One was McLeod Park Phase 2, and the second one was the Business Investment and Attraction Strategy Project. So those 2 projects were turned down. The baskets of funding were drastically oversubscribed, and FedNor has a lot of other priorities right now, so they did come back to us and said, love the projects, it's just not a good year for them.
Can you elaborate, Stace, on like what that entailed, like as far as to finish the project?
For McLeod Park Phase 2, don't quote me on the exact number, but I want to say it was around $1 million. What happened was when we originally did McLeod Park, the original RFPs came in way over budget. So what we did was we carved out a portion that we thought was reasonable, achievable, and we worked with the architect and also the builder to bring the scope of work into a level where we could afford it. Then we called what fell outside of that McLeod Park Phase 2. So part of that was the pergola was part of that. Part of that was the refurbishment of the walkway around the tug. Further down from where they've worked on the flower beds and that sort of thing, there was going to be tiered seating for like a small outdoor amphitheater type thing. And then moving down to the water, there were some enhancements there. So that was McLeod Park Phase 2.
so there's, the future of McLeod Park, is just a topic of conversation we'll be able to come back to as well.
Councillor Bernie.
Yeah, just a quick question, Greg. Your report talks about vandalism. Do you have a running total of what the cost associated with that is? If not, is it possible to keep a running total?
I know, I didn't include it in the report. I know that we do have a total, and I can get that information and bring it back.
Sure. Because I think it's an issue that's not going to go away, and I've seen this countless times. We'll make an investment like in McLeod Park, and then it'll quickly be vandalized, really. So all the money we put into it is kind of it's for naught oftentimes. So just be nice to know, have a dollar value associated to that.
Yeah,
appreciate that.
I can share that afterwards.
And one other thing I was going to say, maybe this isn't the right place, but talking about the tables and repairing and refurbishing tables. There was an issue before. I remember I spoke to the BIZ Levy, or maybe it was even the city, about some of the seating places in Kenora, and the one in particular I'm talking about is in front of, it's on 2nd Street, what I'm talking about.
I do.
The Bruco. There were some armrests installed in there to just prevent, to allow people to sit but not be able to use it. Is there any way to put some type of shrubbery or something in there, because it's being used as a king-size double bed, basically?
Yeah.
And we get a lot of calls, just anecdotally even for me, and I'm sure the city's fielding lots of calls about people sleeping, using it not the intended purpose. Is that a possibility to, again, look at those seating areas from a SEPTA point of view?
Yeah. Specifically to that area, we actually have an upcoming discussion on options to potentially go with some planters or an alternate arrangement in that area. So definitely is an option, and we're actually looking at that particular area at the moment. So.
Great. It's well intended, but unfortunately
sure,
it's not being used for the intended purpose. So, thanks.
Councillor.
Along the same lines, we have the benches on Main Street with the metal, and I noticed in front of Brennan's it is mangled.
Oh, okay. I'll make sure that's...
Just an FYI.
Yeah, I can pass that on. No problem. Thanks.
Councillor Bernie?
Yes.
I just wanted to I just had a question, like when we had the opportunity to go through the report. I've received a lot of calls over the last 3 days, for whatever reason, I'm not sure, about the parking lot and boat launch improvements and what's going to happen to the current set of boat launches at the rec center. I don't know if that's for you or for Andrew. Like, just
It's
I
a
can
joint.
wait.
It's a joint effort.
Okay. Can I ask the question now? Then there's a lot of concern about that, and I've had 14 calls. Actually, I had one more text.
Right.
Just about the timing. They think it's a great project, even the additional one. But closing the whole area down we're a tourist town. Is there any thought to starting with a part of the project, and as the summer, as you get close to like the end of August or September, long in that, that kind of activity really nosedives, like on the ramp. So
yeah, staging projects like this can be quite difficult, and oftentimes what it'll do is it'll inflate the cost of delivering the project. So it's a combination of work between doing the major parking lot renovation, but then also the road that wraps around the north side of the Moncrief Sports Complex, and there's a repair to the hydrant and water line there, and that's the reason that the boat launch would need to be closed. So at this stage, we're tendering the project early next week with the planned 3-week tendering period, and we are writing into the tender that the construction schedule is anticipated to begin in the very 3rd of July, I think is the Monday. So estimated construction schedule is looking to take us into September. For that time period, realistically, we're talking about having the launch closed. However, we are in the process of putting together a public communication that is going to detail the scope of the job, what the impacts are going to be, and then list some alternate locations and possibilities for residents and the tourists to utilize during that period. And then I think further to that, we do have to consider, how we can work with the contractor to whom it's awarded with on possibly, looking at the boundary of the construction and where the paving starts and ends to see if there's potential. I don't want to commit to anything, but see if there's potential to open up the launch a little bit earlier, like you're suggesting.
Okay, I tend to agree with some of the calls I received, and again, they said kudos to the city for the projects. Yeah. Like, they're well warranted. We need this. It's just, you have, KBI, you have, and the other, and I'm assuming the other options are Anishinaabe, Kuwait, and I'm not aware of many others. They can't handle those two combined. Like, when you look at the lot at Anishinaabe and that, on any given day, if it's nice out, it's packed. Right. Even the overflow up top. Mm-hmm. And in Kuwait and that, it's always, every time I've been by there, it's full. Yeah. Where's that additional capacity? How's that going to work? And I understand we need to get the projects done, but we also need to consider if someone says, well, we shouldn't have this year. Those two, like that and the walleye thing, and there's a few other tournaments, are big for the community. I mean, they bring a lot of people in, and a lot of money. So just to consider that in the phasing in and staging of the project, and that, I think, would go a long way if it can be done.
Yeah. No. Considered.
Councillor Moncrief and then Councillor.
Well, on the subject, I received several calls as well. One of them also related was that the water depth at the rec center isn't deep enough for larger boats with big engines. And so this person is accustomed to launching at Matheson on that ramp beside.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
But so when you do that, first of all, there's staff parking that's there, that's often in a way that is sometimes hanging over. And then when you get your boat apparently into the water, if there's parking on the east side of the restaurant dock, mm-hmm. and the west side of the Matheson Street, you can't get your boat through. The boats are almost. Mm. So it's a matter of what can be done to uncongest that, now that there's going to be a higher demand on that ramp as well.
I can take that back with her. with our facilities manager.
Like it might even be as simple as pinning the restaurant dock a little more to the west. I don't know. That
Yeah,
goes
yeah.
on there.
Okay.
But check it out.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilor.
Just something we used to do when I worked in parks.
Mhm.
Any major projects would have to be done April, May, June, July, and August was kind of off limits, especially for the tourists, especially if you're closing something.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. There's a lot of projects that we're trying to deliver on this summer, and we've just gotten through the tender periods on, you know, our paving programs and our sewer water replacements, and so yeah, it's been a struggle to get through all the tendering that we need to, but you know, the project's important and we do want to get through it this year, and so yeah, the timing is not ideal, but you know, the long term it will give, you know, major benefits to our residents and tourists.
If I can just add quickly, the scale, to give council an idea of the scale of the rec center project, like the volume of material and the time that's required. There's 15,000 tons of material scheduled to go and build that new parking lot. And for reference, the 2 phases of Railway Street, the one we did last year and the one we're completing this year, if you add those 2 together, you get 16,000 tons of material. I thought this might come up just to give you an idea of the amount of time and effort and trucking and hauling and et cetera to make that project happen at the rec center.
And I'm not going to make any commitments, Councillor Manson, but we're working very hard to try and get our budgets. We want to try and get our budgets done by the end of the calendar year. And so at the very least, we can try and, you know, have conversations around the table about getting those tenders out and trying to stagger some more work into those shoulder seasons, you know, to try and free up July and August a little bit. I don't think we're ever going to be able to get out of July and August construction, but trying to minimize the impact on the community at its busiest. That's, you know, I'm used to very short construction seasons, so it never really occurred to me to think about it like that, but we can certainly have that conversation as we're going through budget, you know, about how we might be able to stagger that work. And again, not a promise, but I certainly, it's just a different way to look at how to get our work done, so.
Yeah.
Councillor.
Thank you. I think my point was sort of around, based on when we passed our budget this year, being realistic about having that work done in a week was probably not feasible. So maybe something that could be addressed if we're a little bit more proactive and be able to a little bit early. I mean, that was an election, so there was sort of mitigating factors there too.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, we're already starting to have very preliminary conversations. No stress, right? Very preliminary conversations about 2024.
We're having our sidebar meetings too. Don't you kid yourself.
And that process will be rolling out soon, so stay tuned.
Okay. Is there anything else you wanted to?
That's all.
No?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. Again, that'll be, did you have a question? No. Okay. That'll be brought forth next week to the meeting to receive. Thank you. Item number 4, recreation and culture. So 4.1, request for user fees to be waived at Moncrief Construction Sports Center. Did you want to add anything before he starts?
No, we did hear from Beth, and she was unable to do her presentation today due to work commitments, but we did advise her that the report was coming forward, so she may make a further deputation request for the council meeting.
Good. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So normally these kind of requests come in to recreation departments periodically. In other municipalities, they often provide a set list of non-for-profit guidelines or rates. Lots of times, non-for-profit groups take advantage of it if it's not for the greater good of the community. So in my opinion, that we should be looking into creating a set list of guidelines for council to approve these types of requests. In the past, I've seen 30% reductions in rates for non-for-profit groups who are providing the community a service or who are providing a service that is for the better good of the community. So with that being said, both of the two requests coming in front of you, A Dog's Life and the baseball group, they both provide a good service to the community, and they both provide a service that's for the better good of the community. So for the time being, before a set list of recommendations or a set list of policy comes towards you guys, it is my recommendation that we do provide a 30% discount for these groups. Moving forward, that we should look into a set list of guidelines and a procedure of how to do this moving forward.
Councilor Bernie, I just asked a question. So it's 30% of the 1,300 or the 800?
Of the 1,300.
Okay.
So it's the total price is reflective.
Sorry, Councilor Bernie.
Thank you. I was just wondering if, I guess my first question I was gonna ask is like, do we have a procedure, something to that? So I'm looking forward to that when it does come forward. Has there been a standard operating practice in the past with these requests?
I had asked what the precedent was, and it's time basis. So it really was up to council. If they would have liked a group more than another group, they would have provided different percentages. So at least if we provide one guiding document, we'll be able to have consistency moving forward.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you. So that'll be coming forth as a recommendation, but she's going to make a...
We're waiting on confirmation.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Okay, moving on, 4.2, Rec and Culture Department Report, first quarter.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. So this was the first 3 months of me being here, so a lot of review. The staff is excited. We're working towards a lot of different things. Essentially speaking, we base most of our plans and operating off of the Parks and Rec Master Plan, so you'll see a lot of reference throughout this document for the Parks and Rec Master Plan. And I just want to commend all the staff for continued cross collaboration. All the groups are doing really well working together, and it's really exciting to see. And if there's any questions I can answer.
Councillor Koch and then Councillor Van
We raced. Just a couple of flags for me under marketing and communications. And some of the conversation in the community about the renaming. I just wanted to make sure we're using the proper names within the report. This says Bowman Keewatin Memorial Arena. I just want to make sure we're always, in all places, using the full proper names.
Bowman Electric.
Bowman Electric, Keewatin Memorial Arena. And then under the Michael Smith Fitness Center, all memberships will have an additional week added to their current old equipment through the BIHR group. Just means to their current membership?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Ringo.
Thank you. Mine wasn't, I just actually wanted to highlight the one piece around the lockers, implementing the Lock It Up campaign where you've sold over 500 locks and experienced a drastic improvement in cases of theft. We had actually, one of the questions asked at a police service board was when people's vehicles are being broken into, like how many are actually being broken into versus have left their doors unlocked. And they didn't have data around it per se, but anecdotally it was more of a walk-in than a break-in kind of situation. And so I just wanted to highlight to the community, I've lived in much smaller municipalities, much bigger municipalities. I bike around this community with my bike. I have my lock with me. There is a bit of an onus on if you're going to leave your belongings unattended to with valuable items in it, then just put a lock on it. And it's great that for $2, the rec center, you can put up on your stuff. And so I mean, I understand it would be great if we all lived in a world where no one ever did anything terrible ever, but this is a huge, like, that 500 lockers sold and that you've seen that improvement, I just really wanted to highlight to the community that it's for a very nominal fee. You can also make sure that your belongings are not being impacted, because we've seen other municipalities where people's vehicles are actually being broken into and shattered and all of that stuff, so. And
Councillor Moncrief, and then.
Yeah, just first of all, I wanted to highlight some of the ones particular success that I saw here. Was if you look at the circulation on the library statistic report, 45,000 books over, even if the library was open 7 days a week, that's 500 books a day. That's, you know, that's awesome.
Yes.
Post-COVID, and I hope they continue with that and their activities and being able to successfully get people in there to borrow, and that's a real animator for the downtown. I love that. Secondly, I heard several times at the Chamber of Commerce chat with the councillor and an angry phone call at home this week about security at the rec center. We keep hearing it. I want to know what's being done other than the locks. It's a pay-per-use facility, but there's people in there that aren't paying to use. So there's some clarity required on, if you don't have an armband, what are you doing in there? What do you?
Is it really a pay-per-use facility? I think we need to tackle that assumption first. I don't think that's accurate.
No, I would say it's a public space. There is options to utilize the facility that aren't paid, i.e. walking track, is just off the top of my head. It's also a meeting space. There are works that we have applied through grants to reposition the front desk, and we also are providing a secure pad for the seniors downstairs, where there will be a code. We haven't implemented that just yet, but it will be implemented, so that will be a control space downstairs. And moving forward, we will rely on architectures to reposition our front desk, so there will be more control within the facility. I agree with you, though.
I think.
That's okay.
It doesn't sound.
Well, no, I pinned you first.
Okay, just be quick.
And then Councillor.
Just following up with the theft, and Councillor Moncrief, you got your bicycle inside, which is probably would be stolen if it was outside.
But I had my bike walk with me.
No, but that's good. I'm just illustrating points. But you're right. So I think what you might want to do is the OBP does a lock it or lose it campaign every summer, and the cadets, the summer students, will go out and they'll put a pamphlet on vehicles, just to remind people to lock it or lose it. So maybe that's something through the Police Services Board. We can sort of facilitate that conversation and have them focus on the rec center.
For sure.
Because there is an onus on the public to lock their lock their vehicles, and also at the rec center to put their to put a lock on the locker. I used the rec center extensively this winter, and I thought your staff did a great job. I would always, before you change the lockers, I'd always forget my quarter, so they lent me a lock at one time. So they went above and beyond to help me secure my stuff in the change room. That being said, it is a public space, and younger staff especially have a difficult time confronting people, asking them to leave, and it's a judgment call, right? If somebody's been in there too long. I don't think anybody wants to get into a confrontation, and as you say, it's a slippery slope because it is a public space. So I think your staff do a very good job considering the challenges that they have. So check out that lock it or lose it campaign. It could be just to help secure the parking lot.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Very beneficial.
Okay, Councillor.
I just wanted to add on, I don't believe it's a pay-per-use space. My grandparents come and watch my kids swim all of the time up in the boardwalk, so who's going to be making the judgment call of if my nice little white grandparents are standing there for too long versus so-and-so? We might be getting into human rights issue as we did with other things before, so it is a public space, and I don't think we want to have people making judgment calls on who can and can't use
My
that
reference
space.
is to the change room.
Yeah, so better watch on yourself.
Councillor
I'd say, I mean, this goes, I think you understand this, but if it is an issue or it's you have concerns, then call the police rather than having one of your staff make that decision, call the police, because I understand with the point well taken with Councilor Van Bellingham says, but you can differentiate between somebody that's in there watching your kids swim and somebody who's been in there all day and is perhaps high on meth or is going through lockers. But anyway, that being said, call the police.
Yeah, and I think in all of our facilities, staff have been directed to avoid confrontation as much as possible. So we do rely on OBP and Aqua a lot.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. So just back to Councilor Malker's initial question, we were able to share some of the initiatives that we're taking at the rec center. Of course, when you make some changes, a particular pattern of behavior evolves and changes. So I'm hearing, are there some specific areas, or are there some other things that we should be targeting, thinking about? We continue to take feedback on a regular basis. We made some pretty significant changes. That building, relative to January 1st, there's been some significant changes to entry and access. So just looking for any feedback or any suggestions. If council has any at this time, we'd be happy to take those away and see what we can do within our existing budget. And the desk relocation, we do feel will have a positive effect as we move forward.
And just a final note on that, our complaints and our issues that we've had since I got here have gone down, I would say about 60 to 75%. We have a lot less issues now than what we had at the start. And it could be seasonal, but it's very positive.
Councilor Bernie, I just had one more comment. So first off, thanks for tipping us off about the money you owe the rec center for a walk. That will be added on to your final tax bill in June. Thank you. The question I had was when I was going through this and looking at the stats for the library, do we have it broken out between Kenora and Keewatin?
They sort of.
Or is this all both of them together, or?
I would have to ask a little bit deeper on that. I know that it is for both, but I can request that it's split up.
Because I think we need to see what the numbers are in both locations, and if they're trending in the way we want them to, or they're not. Because and I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't have two libraries. I'd just like to see the stats to back that up.
For sure, and within the next report, you'll see from both locations.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of Andrew? No? Okay, thank you, Andrew. Item number 5, Development Services, 5.1.
That'd be me, thank you, Your Worship. So, Council, the report before you is related to development contributions, and the recommendation is to direct administration to proceed with the creation of a development contribution bylaw for certain developments that provide public benefit to the City of Kenora from private sector development. Just by way of background, since 2019, the competitive landscape has changed. In economic development, municipalities are competing for vital investment dollars from different developers, and we often hear that other municipalities are providing incentives. So in an effort to better understand what we can legally do and what actually is being done and not being done, we endeavor to do a deep dive on this. There's two things that you need to look at when you're looking at this. Number one is the Municipal Act, and more specifically sections 106 and 107, and also the Planning Act as well. So under the Municipal Act, under section 106, municipalities are specifically prohibited from bonusing. However, the following section is section number 107, which allows municipalities to make grants to any person, group, or body for the purpose that council considers to be in the interest of the municipality. So languages that are very, very contrary to each other. Outside the Municipal Act, you can do things under the Community Improvement Zone to allow incentives to take place if it meets certain criteria. And so we have 3 business improvement zones, as previously spoken to by Kevin. We have the Harbour Town Center, we have the Keewatin Business Center, and we have the former Abitibi Mill Site. That investment is is limited by the budget that we get on an annual basis for these funds, and it's $125,000 right now. So under section 107 under the Municipal Act, what can we and what can't we do? We did seek a legal opinion on this to get some context, and also we did look at we did look at some case law related to this as well. And there's some interpretation. Section 107 is expansive and is broadly interpreted, although it does not authorize granting of tax rebates. And ultimately, what you're trying to fend off is providing undue advantage to a private sector person over another private sector person. So when we went to legal counsel, we did find some latitude in terms of the context in which we'd be able to incent. And the areas include employment creation, tourist attraction, and the creation of a venue that would promote the sale of local goods and services, and infrastructure that provides benefit beyond a particular project that would benefit the overall community. Of course, it really, when you look at these things, order of magnitude is always going to be an issue. So somehow the municipality has to have some sort of guidelines to manage through this process. So in an effort to mitigate the risk and obvious undue advantage that could take place, and from a consistency and transparency perspective, administration is recommending that a development contribution bylaw be created. The bylaw is intended to stand outside of the capital facilities bylaw, which incents developers who are providing housing that meets a certain price standard, where a certain amount of a contribution, a person's income, if that ratio is appropriate, it meets a certain criteria, and we have a capital facilities bylaw to support that type of development. Or we also have our CIP, which we can incent. So this would stand outside of this. It would be its own bylaw, and it would allow us to deal with developers on a case-by-case basis, but have a set of criteria by which we would be evaluating business opportunities with the overall benefit to the municipality as part of the process. There would be a budget impact with this. Any financial contribution made to a particular development will have a short-term financial impact to the city by way of incenting. That said, any investment that would be taking place, we would be looking at it from a business case standpoint, where we'd be actually able to calculate what our return investment would be over time based on tax dollars coming in, overall benefit to the community. And I think what this would allow us to do is, when we're meeting with developers, we can very specifically say out of the gate what we can and can't do in these 3 particular areas. Again, under the capital facilities bylaw, under CIP, or under this new area, which would be related specifically to development. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just wondering if we had a time frame of when we would be seeing this by this year?
It would be my goal to have it to you within 60 days.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Question I had, Stace, under the budget nut, so are like the capital, like the capital facilities bylaw,
Yep.
we've sold some properties, we've built up a contingency in there, whatever it is.
Yep.
Would we be looking to do something similar here to build the thing up, or is it just on a case-by-case basis and we just finance it if we have to, and the equivalent tax levy coming back in would pay that down? Or?
I don't have a clear answer, but I don't think it's sustainable to rely on the land planning reserve to continually fund these things. So
Yeah, like we're gonna run out at some
I
point.
did have a conversation with Ryan, and I did have a conversation with Kyle in terms of some things that we might want to consider. I do think that we need a plan for this, because again, this should be self-funding through development, and you want to have adequate reserves so that you can incent these sorts of things going forward. So I don't have an answer, but it's something that when we come back in 60 days, we'll be looking at that as well.
Next, Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Andrew just asked one of my questions, but I just wanted to confirm that we'll also get some legal eyes on the final bylaw. before I go to
Absolutely.
West. Yeah,
Yep.
thanks. And thank you so much for this.
Okay, any other questions related to this item? Oh, Councillor Benson, sorry.
Thank you, and thank you.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Well over, or long overdue.
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, thanks, Stace. So that'll come forth at the council meeting with a recommendation to proceed, or a vote to proceed. 5.2, amendment to the municipal capitals facility bylaw.
Yeah, so I'm not going to go really deep on this. Essentially, what's happening here is the ministry has come out with new tables of what is deemed to be affordable housing and what is not. This allows us to update to the most current tables. It also gives us the flexibility in the future, rather than coming back to council each and every year when the new tables are published. We'll just be adopting the new tables. So it just reduces a step. The other thing is, when we looked at the bylaw that existed, there was some language that just needed to be tidied up a little bit. So that's what you're seeing in the reflected changes there.
Any questions? No? Okay. Question, the current amount though, like even based on the, like has it gone up enough to counter this, like is it based on CPI or is it based on market conditions? Or?
I don't really know the answer to that. I know it's more based on out east relative to here. I don't really know the answer to that. It's up to, I believe it's $380,000.
Under the new,
under the new table. So it's within a couple $1,000 of $380,000.
Great, thank you.
As deemed to be affordable.
Okay, thanks. No other questions?
No.
Thanks. 5.3, this is your Q1 report?
Yeah, and your last Q1 report, Council. Yeah, they're great. I just want to acknowledge the amazing work of staff, our community partners and volunteers, and our contractors. These reports allow council to have a look at how we are able to deliver on what we would have said that we would have done under the operating budget and under the capital budget, but particularly in some of the areas that I look after, we can't do it without community partners and volunteers, and we rely on contractors to deliver some of this work on our behalf. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but I just want to recognize the contributions.
Any questions of Steve? It's a good report. No question? Councillor Van Dyne? No question? Okay. Just checking.
You feel like you come up with something.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, just now that we've gotten through the final quarterly report, look, this has been an ongoing initiative to try and fill a bit of a void for council and for the public. We've tried to just hit high level. We've tried to hit 2 birds with 1 stone and have the strat plan report sort of included in there. Always open to feedback, so please just let us know if there's, if this meets your expectations, if we need to make some tweaks.
I think it's very valuable for us to see these reports, and it gives us an idea of what's happening in every department, so I think it's great.
Councillor Burns.
Just had a quick question. Stace, maybe you could just comment. Develop Kenora into a 4-season destination. How we progressed on the snowmobile, turning it into a snowmobile destination front? Is that how would you say our winter was? Is what irons are in the fire? And
Thanks.
Good segue. So we've been talking about this before, and Councillor Chase and I've talked about it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Let me distribute this and I'll come back.
I'll just tuck in that these are my favorite reports, and I think it allows us to celebrate all of the work in all of the various departments when we're talking to people, so really helpful. I really enjoy them. Thank you.
We have had some really good meetings with the Snowmobile Club. We have worked with them on an NOHFC application that they were putting in. We have talked about the potential for a cross-town corridor and what that might look like. We've asked them to provide some direction to us in terms of what they thought made the most sense and why. And through that, ultimately, we would have to be coming back to council because it would, you know, we're talking about routes, and this has been discussed before with previous councils. So, you know, I started here in 2019, and I can tell you the conversations weren't taking place at that time. I went to a club meeting. I met the president of the snowmobiling organization. I know that Josh has been reaching out to them. I know that Megan's also had a meeting with them. We're making some progress. So I would like to think that over the next number of months that we can be starting to think about, you know, what we can do to further this along. I don't think it's a quick fix, but I do think that there's things that we can be doing together. I'll also say that Destination Northern Ontario came and did a full day of filming with the Snowmobile Club and with Josh. So they went and did a rundown of Sioux Narrows together. They've got all sorts of footage, and they're going to be using that footage to start to create commercials that we can use in future advertising related to Four Season Destination.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think it should be a priority for winter recreation. Aside from everything else that we're doing, but I think it's really an untapped market. I mean, if you drive through upstate Michigan, Wisconsin, even the boundary waters down by Fort Francis, Cabtogama, Namakan Lake, I mean, every hotel, gas station, bar, you know, there's 100 snowmobiles. And I would like to see the same thing in Kenora, I really would, because I think it's, we've got this market here west of us, and we need to get the Manitoba snowmobilers here and really promote it. So it's a priority for me. So glad you're on it today. Thanks.
And the crosstown corridor is as part of that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So my question is, how do you determine which businesses you're going to highlight in your municipal brochure?
That's a really good question for Josh. I don't know how he did it in this particular case. Sorry?
Can you ask?
Yeah, I will, absolutely.
The Muse.
Yep.
The Muse is in there.
It's private business. I just wondered how we decide. Let's highlight it.
Did you have your hand up? Any other questions or things? Did you have anything else to add, or was that kind of?
Well, I'll just add one thing because it's kind of cool. Under the mat, we wanted to do something really interesting from an attraction standpoint. So we got this huge Adirondack chair, and it was delivered, and it's at the Discovery Center right now. So I went and had a look at it. And this thing, when we say it's a huge Adirondack chair, it's a huge Adirondack chair. You'll notice on each page of the brochure that I gave you, you see our visitkenora.ca. I'm very, very proud of that website. That's a new creation as part of the rebrand from the destination tourism perspective. We were finding a very careful spot to put that within the on the Adirondack chair, so that every photo that's taken at the Discovery Center will show visitkenora.ca. And even if you look at the NOMA or the NOCA event, the hog lines all had visitkenora.ca. And if you look at the total number of viewers, like 500 to 800 per day online on the stream, the attendance during the event was 3,900. They're all seeing visitkenora.ca. And from a marketing perspective, you always want to have a call to action. So that's our call to action. We want people to visit us electronically and make a decision to come here.
Any other questions? Thanks very much, Liz. Gee, that's actually almost record time. So moving on the agenda, we have two proclamations. Proclamation number one, by virtue of authority vested in me, I hereby proclaim May 1st to 7th, 2023 as Children's Mental Health Week in and for the City of Kenora, and requests its observance as such by our citizens. Proclaimed at the City of Kenora on this 10th day of May 2023, His Worship Mayor Andrew Poirier. Second proclamation, by virtue of authority vested in me, I hereby proclaim May 2023 as Lyme Disease Awareness Month in and for the City of Kenora, and request its observance as such by our citizens. Proclaimed at the City of Kenora this 10th day of May 2023, His Worship Mayor Andrew Poirier. Thank you. Next item, under other, next meeting is Tuesday, June 14th at 2023. You know the time, 9 a.m. Motion or resolution number 2, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move resolution number 2, and it's seconded by Councillor Van Bellingham, that pursuant to section 239 of the Municipal Act, as amended, authorization is hereby given for a committee to move into a closed session at 2:22 p.m. to discuss items pertaining to the following: personal matters about an identifiable individual, education and training members of council, and personal matters about an identifiable individual.
Thank you. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Meeting adjourned at 4:07 p.m.